All right, so once again, since Hobo's the baddies, in this playthrough, we are also going to be the baddies. Quiet subbing? It's a Gen Z thing. Living dwarves in the fort are currently DJ Huxley, Stony, Rolf, Brabimo, Soulshinery, Athros, Wild Peak, Farana, Spooky, Wade Master. Am I missing anybody? I think so. M-I, or I-M-I? I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that person's name. Frog for Hire, Listless Onion, and that's everybody. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, do give me a shout. Or if you want me to read the description of your dwarf that I just read the description of, also give me a shout. So yeah, the last stream of this fort was very short because air quality here got real rough. You'd like a dwarf, Doc. What kind of dwarf do you want? We got planters, we got a couple miners, we got a few metal workers, we got some soldiers, we got some peasants, some children, some insane necromancers, some unnamed zombies, one of which is currently praying. A peasant? Yeah, phone's going off with. Usually means it's time to turn off my internet. It is, in fact, time to turn off my internet on my phone. All right. You want a peasant. Okay, so we got one that's trained. I think they're actually both training the metalsmiths. So, Erdim. Phineas. Dr. Phineas. He feels euphoric due to inebriation and didn't feel anything after seeing a llama's dead body. Neither would I. You are the son of Ral and Aerith, and you are a worshiper of a lot of gods, like many dwarves in this place. So you worship Eshel. Okay, you worship Eshel. Blossom down to the young buds, and it's a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with children, so you worship the god of children. You worship the god of pregnancy, who takes the form of a female dwarf. You also worship the skeletal dwarf of death. You also worship the female dwarf associated with wealth, jewels, and minerals. You also worship the avalanche of rocks, a deity of the modest palisade. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with metals. You also worship Ral, who takes the form of caverns, or is associated with caverns and mountains, takes the form of a female dwarf. You also worship a god that takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with fortresses. You also worship Dastal of the modest palisade, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with peace. You also, lastly, you worship the god of trees, who takes the form of a female dwarf. They all worship a billion gods. I don't know what's up with this. It feels very like 3 versions ago when every dwarf worshipped like 50,000 gods on a pantheon. He is 35 years old, born on the 1st of Timber in the year 120. His hair is wavy, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he has a low voice, and his emerald eyes are slightly sunken. His hair is gray with some white, and his skin is copper. He personally finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Golly. Values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and respects perseverance. It actually makes me wonder, would this dwarf get like a positive moodlet if I were to run around breaking engravings? Darren, it's good to see you. Hello. Howsies? He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He has little interest in joking around and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he likes to take it easy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and isn't particularly ambitious. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is a friendly individual. Occasionally overindulges and tends to think before acting. His hands become animated when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Tolis, it is good to see you. Hey, hi, hello, how are you? And you are working on becoming a, well, I was about to say, metalsmith, but so we are in a resurrecting biome, so there is zombies everywhere. In fact, at some point I think we're going to need to go into the caverns and clean them up. So we are working on making weapons and various other things. I'm going to actually get to smoothing a bunch of this. we're probably going to make a metalsmith's crew down here. But at some point, something that we're going to do in this fortress is I'm going to pretty suddenly, well, maybe not suddenly, but I'm going to be building a drowning chamber, and dwarves that get a little bit too annoyed or complain a bit too much are going to be turned into zombies. But I need to catch some things that I can use to scare my necromancers. Fortunately, we already have a few things in cages, which could probably work. We have some corpses, including Cyrilac's corpse. We have some raven heads, which aren't that scary. And we do have Dong Harvey's corpse. So we've had much candy. I guess it is candy season. Although it's not quite cheap candy day yet. That's a little later in the month. What's the reasoning behind your candy? I had a cinnamon bun for lunch. It was good. Kind of candy. Hobbity bobbity. But if you would like to help this channel out, because, you know, I did kind of turn off the stream for a long while and then turn the stream back on, you could give the Go Live tweet a retweet, maybe? Or a like? Or a hello response? Oh, I see. So you have some much candy, but you're not currently eating some much candy. You simply have it. Hey, Seattle's air quality went down by 15. That's good to see. And BC Canada is down to 22nd. Yay, we're losing. This is the game that you want to lose. The lower the number, the better. The higher your ranking, the more losing you are. All right, let's see this. We are still smelting all of the silver. So you are going to give to that. You're going to give to that. You are going to give to that. And lastly, you are going to give to that. Let's make Warhammer silver. Oopsies. And let's just make another 40. Is your house all decorated and whatnot? Chat, actually, out of curiosity, for those of you who like Halloween, do you decorate your space at all? Do you do spooky things on Halloween? I got to make one final round of sauerkraut because I had enough cabbage to make one final sauerkraut, and I also used the organic beets from my garden, the last of the beets that we had of the year, and I made this crime scene. It looks kind of like I don't know, bloody fingers or something, but I swear it tastes good. I just like remixed it and like tasted some of it earlier. It's actually tastes really tasty. Real tasty. Your neighborhood has the most decorations you've seen. Do you think people are compensating because Halloween got canceled for a year? Sliced fingertips? Yeah, it's like that part of the finger. It's like top little bit of the finger. Seriously though, if for some reason my apartment got raided by cops, they'd be like, "What is that?" What's up, Jovial Sage? All right. Feels like that? Huh. I mean, probably some truth to that. But yeah, this little hourglass thingy is becoming my... I kind of want to like collide with that area over there. Although I'm a little scared I'm going to accidentally... Yo, there's like adamantine like right there. Maybe we could dig into that adamantine? Undead Crundles right there. What, the adamantine right there is scary? How's that scary? You need to be careful not to dig through it. Shiny, must mine the shiny. Although, speaking of shiny, we are mining all of this. Rough milk quartzites? Those are pretty good. Phineas seems to enjoy their job, actually. Although you did get into an argument and you're bitter about this. And you're sad after being separated from a loved one. I'm not sure who your loved one is, but I will note that your older half-sister is Dong Harvey, who unfortunately is deaded. You also have a niece in the fortress, who's one of my traders. Weaver, who's a cousin. You do have some family in the fort. Pretty good. But I do have to say an early thank you to anybody who's, you know, tuned into the evening portion of the stream because, like, I don't generally, you know, turn my stream off and then turn it back on later in the day, so. I ever made a gold mace? I can't remember, because gold is something that, it can only be made into weapons as, whoop, got another peasant. That can only be made into weapons as part of an artifact. I know I've made several gold axes and several gold spears, but I can't remember if I made any maces. How are you sure each layer is horizontal and not vertical? I guess that's up to your mind's eye. Like, to me, that's just kind of a silly question because I know how Dwarf Fortress works, so it's just like, yeah, that's kind of a silly thing to ask because the answer would be obvious to me. Be heavy as fuck. Gold in general is kind of heavy as fuck. All right, so let's check in on what my military up here is wielding. You've got Silver Warhammer. I think I'm going to wait until they start to become Hammer Dwarves. When they start to become Hammer Dwarves, then we're gonna send them in, and we're gonna see if we can deal with some of those extra bad things. You've killed 5 Arish Eyes and Learn Hate. Do you have any, you're a competent axe dwarf and a legendary fish cleaner. How the hell do you become a legendary fish cleaner? Dreams of mastering a skill is gripped by crippling shyness. You know what? We're gonna put you into the military, actually, dwarf. Any cool artifacts? Not in this fort. This fort's too young. Forts kind of need to be around for a bit before they really start getting cool artifacts. But if I look at this, we have a bronze mace, we have a spore tree earring, and a granite floodgate, which is the most recent one. As for yeah, not much, not a whole lot going on outside of that. All right, I think we're going to start carving this in. This is going to be a stockpile down here. You know, there's questions that you can ask about Dwarf Fortress, and then there's things where I just want an answer. It's like, I don't know. It's like, is that supposed to be something that's supposed to go, haha, and then just move on? That's not something I can answer, sir. It depends on the dwarf's alcohol tolerance. Although I think that becoming a hammered dwarf is more like getting hit in the head with a hammer. Like, that's the impact amount on your face when you get hit with a Silver Warhammer. That's how a dwarf becomes a hammer dwarf, is by being hit by a hammer, not by drinking booze. It's like asking if you can get drunk on water. Dwarves simply need alcohol to survive. That, or however much it would require for a dwarf to start brawling under the influence. Because I know that's something that they can do, they just don't generally do it. Be a dwarf that's thirsty. We're running a little bit low on plants. All right. The actual, like, concern about this fortress, though, still, is I do not have any, like, metal that can be used as armor, which sucks, by the way. Our air quality's improved a bit. I spent all day venting my apartment, Mistrunner, so all right. Better than earlier. We now have the 21st worst air quality in the world, whereas previously we were number 2. So, and last night we were number 1 for the worst air quality in the world. I mean, it's going to go up and down, but it sucks. So how are things? All right. Which is why I turned the stream off earlier, and then since I've turned it back on. The account got wrecked again earlier today, so if you're on the Discord, now is a good time to help us get that account going again. It's our only hope of ever obtaining Discord partner again. As if anybody actually cares, but, you know. So things are all right. Trying to just nurse this headache from air quality shittiness. How are you, Mr. Runner? How's things? Developer who I've done some stuff with a couple of times now finally has a Steam page for Path of Acra, which is awesome. Justice killing you? God. All the things that could be killing you, that's a rough one. So it's neat to see him get a Steam page finally, so cheering him on. Hoping it does well. Supposedly, there's an 8% chance of rain tonight and a 12% chance rain tomorrow. And then the day after, there's like an 85% chance of rain. Rain will break up the cloud cover of smoke and will, in fact, improve our air quality pretty drastically. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm just hoping that this drought ends, because we are in a drought right now. I just hope that this drought ends, and I hope that we get that rain that's supposed to happen all weekend. I don't care it's my parents' anniversary, and I don't care that they are going on a trip. No, I'm not in Seattle. I'm in Vancouver. I'm north of you up in Canada. But we're not as bad. We were worse than you yesterday, and then this morning we were worse than you, and now you guys are like getting completely and utterly, totally wrecked. So go with God, though. I mean, you guys are #1 in the world with worst air quality. We actually looked this up earlier. Pakistan is not worse than you. Their shit's malfunctioning. So their sensors are malfunctioning. There's actually like news stories about it if you go look it up. So it's like, yeah, you guys are like the worst. We were up in the like 190s and 180s this morning in Vancouver, but we're like all the way down now. 115, so it's improved a bit, but which is why I turned the stream off earlier. Otherwise, I would have been live for like 9 hours by now. But, you know, instead you guys get a later stream. Hope you're doing all right, Wave Depletion. I fucked that up. I kind of did. Oh, well. Yeah, I've been like explaining to people in various different Discords that I'm in what AQI means all day today. It's like, ugh. I don't have any filters. So when I ended stream earlier today at about 11:30 because like my eyes were watering and I couldn't really breathe properly. Oh shit. The hillocks of Taken Bolted has been founded nearly a day's travel to the west and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Well, fantastic. Because my eyes were watering and I had a headache and I felt like I was smoking, and I don't smoke cigarettes inside. That's like what it felt like, even with my windows closed. And it got so bad, and I was just starting to get like, you know how like when you just feel like shit, you just start snapping at people. So I just turned the stream off. I did my best to ventilate my apartment, pointed all my fans out the window, and just did my best to blast this sickening air out. Tried to pull some air in from the hallway of my building because it has ventilation on it. And then took a nap and took a bunch of meds and drank some tea, and now I'm back, so. Trying again. Which means maybe late stream tonight. It's been a while since we've done a go late stream. But. Alright, let's get all this smoothing. Can't wait for rain. Supposedly, I don't know about you guys down in Seattle, but supposedly up here, we're supposed to have rain this weekend. It's like tomorrow. Today's like an 8% chance of rain. It's not going to rain today. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be like a 12% chance of rain. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's like an 80 to 95% chance of rain up here. So, fingers crossed for rain. Jer Henning, welcome back. Yeah. I mean, weather in Vancouver and weather in Seattle is usually basically the same. I know, same. Like, you know, like we've all been in a drought, right? And this hot-tober is something I'm not a fan of. You know, like I was texting with my mom about this earlier. The one thing that like I am really happy about is that this didn't happen earlier in the year, right? Like the first real forest fire smoke rush that we've gotten is like at the end of summer, like right teetering on the edge of rain. So and then there's just the point of view of a Canadian being annoyed is like we're coming up to elections, so it's like there's potential candidates just like making arguments about why they should be elected, and the conservatives are just like blaming the liberals' neglect for the forest fires, and it's like, but most of the big ones aren't even in Canada though. Like all of the big ones are like in the States, and like nothing has changed there. What even is that argument? Ugh. Anyway. It's like, it's the liberals' fault that the forests are burning down. It's like, what? I don't understand that argument. But, I don't know. Looking forward to rain, though. Yeah, I'm just, as somebody who plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress, I'm just pissed because, like Zach and Tarn slow down a lot when the air hits, and, like, Zach has weak lungs and shit, and it's just like, man, just want Dwarf Fortress to be able to release smoothly. Like, let's make this forest fire spat end quickly. Weather, please be on our side for a bit. That would be lovely. That would, in fact, be lovely. Well, at the very least, like, your happy moods have gotten a little better. All right, so releases lava, hey? That's some satanic ritual shit, Krista. Goodbye points. Damn right. Good riddance. It's a bad system anyway. Thank you very much for sticking around long enough, audio, to be rich once again. Chat, can I get a round of beers for audio keeping that sub alive? And also being around for long enough to, you know, throw an I used to be rich into the chat. Damn right. Dude deserves it. All right, we gotta train up this military a little bit. Sitting on one hammer derf, even though they're all sitting with hammers. Actually, let's just make sure. Did the last one grab a hammer? Did somebody die? Oh, no, never mind. I was reading that as a 0. You're an axe dwarf, apparently. Equip. Weapon. No. No. You. Specific weapon. Some higher quality warhammer. There you go. I'll do. Okay. I'll say Jack Narc. Well, that weird shape thingy just be there for a bit. I need to... You know, I think I'm just going to leave that adamantine there for a little bit. It's just in an awkward spot, and it's going to be hard to dig up. What I am going to do, however, is I'm going to send my military right here. And we are going to... let them up and in here. Although I think... Remove one of those cage traps. And replace it with a door. I'm gonna lock the door. I really should have made this a longer walkway. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's just make this into a longer walkway. Because there are zombies over there, and that's really what we need, is we need to go for this walkway. Build a little walkway and then make a, basically an airlock so I can let my military out without, you know, letting spooky things in. Is the actual hope. Currently everyone's storing stuff in stockpiles. Give the military a little bit more time to train, but I need to go through and I need to clean out this entire cavern layer because it's full of like 100+ zombies right now. And then we need to get as many of these removed as possible because I want to be able to go in there and like actually harvest the resources that are in there. Conduct meeting. Okay. Everybody's hauling bits of metal. But, you know, you guys know what my normal problems are. Chat, how crappy has your week been? I don't know. How's your day been, chat? You guys hanging in there? Hopefully better than these dwarves' week. With all of this raining acrid goo. The other thing that I want to do is I want to build over here. But in order to be able to do that, I have to actually, like, let them out and in here. What I think we need to do... Rise have had issues focusing all week, so that hasn't been great. Oh, that sucks. Okay, what zombie things are up on the surface? There's a Kestrel corpse, Crundle corpse. I really want to let them out onto the surface. I want to try and, like, build a castle out here. In order to do that, I need to be real careful. A hobo sighting. Careful, he bites. You've been getting back into Stellaris? Ooh. At the detriment of everything you're supposed to be doing. There was a post on the... or a tweet put out by the Sid Meier's Civilization account, which I found rather amusing, which was just tell us you're playing Civ without tell us you're playing Civ. Took one look at that and I was just like, what's this sun you speak of? It's like, how would you tell them you're playing Civ without telling them that you're playing Civ? That in there. Apparently I got a bunch of animals that should probably go in here. On the bright side, you know what's not on the bright side, but Paradox has been doing some weird shit. They just like announced an esports label for Grand Strategy games, which I think is a little odd. Do I even have a butcher shop? I do. All right, well. Oh, the sun is up? I should go to bed. Yeah, I used to live that life for years and years and years. Try not to now, but it still happens sometimes. Hobo is learning to bake and baking. In both of those orders, right? All right, let's... You know what? No, let's not do that. Let's just send the military outside briefly and see if we can attract some spooky birdies and things over to us. Dwarf up front, got a lovely hammer. Dwarves in the middle, also got good hammers, also got good hammers. Also got good hammers. Also got good hammer. That one even has a shield. What a guy. Military outfit's a little framey, but not bad. So while playing Civ on the Amiga, you said, "Oh no, the sun's out. I should go to bed." I mean, I believe it. My parents are pretty good about making sure that we didn't get to that kind of situation, usually. I don't know where those undead kestrels are. Okay, let's let them go back inside. So the raining acrid goo. Worst thing during a workout is getting hungry. I've been running on the topic of working out. I don't like running, but I've been running. Muleskin is fighting. The butcher imagine, like, okay, so anybody who's ever butchered any kind of meat, imagine having to butcher the meat and then parts of the meat coming back to life and you having to just, like, beat it to death, because that's, like, what my butchers have to do. The meat comes to life and then the butcher just punches it to death. It's like, die, 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 die. After it comes back to life. There's something about that that's just very funny. It's just like there's slapstick comedy in there somewhere. What do you think the tenderizer mallet is for? Killing the undead that spawns out of your meat stuffs? I certainly don't think so, but I guess so. How many dwarves need beds? Lots of dwarves need beds. All right, well. I don't think that a meat tenderizer is for tenderizing skin, but... Let's get some beds, some more bedrooms carved out. I will say this, I can still feel the burning in my throat. Fun. But outdoors N95 helps a lot. I'm out of filters for my 1N95. And then I don't feel like using the disposable ones because it hasn't been that bad. At least it wasn't yesterday when I went outside last, and I haven't been outside today, and it's a lot worse today. So, but I can smell it indoors. Definitely. Like, my eyes are still, like, watering a bit. But that's just because the building I'm in sucks. It's kind of all there really is to it. You're off to bed. You have a good night. Sleep well, dude. You just can't really tell. I have, like, a very acute sense of smells, so... You've seen a freshly caught catfish cleaned, and when thrown into a hot skillet, it jumped a few times? That was surprising as an 8-year-old. I believe that. I feel like that would be scarring as an 8-year-old. I mean, realistically, that's just, like, muscles firing, but... Like, that sounds like I've seen chickens with their heads hacked off that then, like, run. They just go for a jog after their heads get cut off. I've seen that. That's pretty... traumatizing for a small child. It's called insurance right here. Yeah, I can't eat octopuses. It's funny, like, I can eat the vast majority of seafood. I can't do octopus. I can't. Well, that's wild. There's actually, like, lava directly beneath that. I'm assuming allergies. I hate the texture and taste. Fair enough. I love seafood. Like, vast majority of seafood I love. But there's just like some ocean-based animals that I'm like, I can't eat you because you're too smart. And octopuses are one of those. Sup, Bastat? All right, let's go do that. I'll say this, I hate bad seafood. There's a lot of really bad seafood out there. Really? You can learn that you're allergic to shrimp the hard way? Is there a soft way to learn that you're allergic to something? That sucks. My uncle's extremely allergic to seafood, which means there's a lot of countries he has a hard time traveling to. Yeah, learning you're allergic to anything sucks. Lots of needle pricks from the doctor. I don't know if I would describe that as soft, but I guess you do you at that point. Oh, hey, Seattle, guess what? You're #1 now. You're ahead of Pakistan's malfunctioning systems. Congratulations, you guys get a medal. Ah, that's not that bad. At least you're not, like, closing up and dying. To be fair, like, allergies to seafood are quite common. See if we can deal with these zombies. We're just gonna need to get into this cavern lair and smash all these things to bits. I mean, I'm crashing over with Thobo in November, Rory. Because he gave me the same invite. I also realized recently, Hobo, that there's Formula 1 that weekend, too. It's Brazil. Pancakes? I like pancakes. What's going on with pancakes? Who's making pancakes? Are you sharing, Deadliest? You took an allergy pill? Yeah, sounds pretty mild. You just learned how to make pancakes in your air fryer. I made oven pancakes once because I was at a house that all of the stovetop burners stopped working. It's an interesting process. I wouldn't say it was optimal, but it was interesting. What's happening in November? Oh, Hobo extended invites for people to crash at his place, so I'm crashing with him in Vegas in November for a weekend. It's like Memorial Day weekend. Crundle mutilated corpse. I need to deal with all of these. What are you digging? Oh, right, bedrooms, duh. Gotta get all these once zombified animals out of here. Sometimes you're too slow, you know, and then it's a no-go. How's the Hollow Fort doing? Pretty okay. We're pretty sealed off from the surface. We've got a pretty consistent set of traps set up. The problem is the third cavern layer is getting infested with zombies, so we're working on marking all of them. Yeah, I'll be there from the 11th until the 14th, basically. Unless Dwarf Fortress decides to release that week, which I don't think it will. Fingers crossed. It's the one time it's not allowed to release. Also, speaking of craft store ship, chat, you guys should take a look at this axe. Have I been to Vegas before? No. Honestly, like, I don't actually have that much interest in going to Vegas. I just want to hang out with Hobo for a weekend. Like, that's the actual reason for me to go to Vegas. It's, like, the fact that it's Vegas is, like... eh. El Naso restored an axe handle, and I think it looks beautiful. So, dude did a fantastic job. Also that, yeah. I mean, like, I've been tempted for years to just fucking fly to Florida and hang out with Hobo. But, like, Florida is, like, a $900 flight. Vegas on a good week is, like, a $200 flight. So, it's like, I usually go on a weekend trip in November anyways, except I usually go to Vancouver Island, and I'm just like, I could do that. And it seemed very reasonable. So I was like, fuck it. Flights were cheap, so... Flying with a decent airline that isn't canceling a lot of flights right now, and it's a short flight, and it was a cheap flight, so I was like, whatever. Why not? Go hang out with a friend for a weekend. It's very rare I get to just go somewhere to hang out with somebody, so. What type of rock is that? Like, one different... Why is there, like, one block of slate in this granite? That's odd. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much, if any, interest in, like, gambling or anything, but there are parts of Vegas that I'm fascinated by. And there's the axe handler himself. How you doing, El Naso? Still have old school coin slots. I don't know how much interest I have in coin. Like, even coin slots, like, whatever. So to me, like, that just reads like, do you want to waste some money? It's like, I'm mildly curious about, like, the shiny lights, but aside from that, it's like, meh. Like, if I want to waste money in a casino, I could just go to one of our casinos here. Because we do have casinos here. We've got quite a few of them, actually. But they do bring you drinks. Then I would be less concerned about losing money. And that seems like a recipe for losing a lot of money. You have zero interest casinos aside. Yeah, like if given the opportunity, I would love to like walk down the strip once, but outside of that, it's like, but even like even that would be more just like a, hey, this does kind of look like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Neat. And that would be about it. That would be like the extent of my interest. I'm back down to work on the cavern digging spot. Could really do some cool layers in here. Yeah, exactly, Stone. See? Same kind of thought process right there. Now, like, for me, it's like casinos, seeing a monomarth in a bowling alley, that I'm down for. Super down to go see a monomarth in a bowling alley. You headed to bed, Darren? You have a good night. Cheers. I guess it is like 7 o'clock already. Jeez. Feels like I just turned my stream on, guys. Weird. You once took $100 to a casino to celebrate something you forgot what, lost them in under a minute? Really? Sounds like you, the last time I was in a casino, I walked in and paid $20 for slot tokens because the slots here take tokens. Because if I paid for $20 worth of slot tokens, I would get free all-you-can-eat buffet ticket. And so I gave my friend the slot tokens, and he said he would split winnings, and he lost all of his slot tokens plus my slot tokens, and then I just ate food at the buffet for an hour. That was basically like the extent of like my time spent in casinos. Because I just had no interest whatsoever. But if you bought $20 worth of slots, you got access to the buffet, so I just went and ate at the buffet. I mean, $20 buffet's not bad. I mean, they had like they had what they called like the ramen dispenser, which was just like, here's a big old pot of ramen broth, and like a person serves you a thing of ramen. And then you go to the next thing, and then they would just like put all the ramen toppings in, and you just like point at the thing. It was basically just like build your own ramen, but they made it for you. Basically, it was ramen, but what's the word? All you cannot eat ramen was basically what it was, and it like that was pretty great, frankly. I'd do that again. I'd spend $20 on all you can eat ramen. It wasn't great ramen, but like they did the eggs all right, which is kind of all I really care about with not super fancy ramen. I don't know. To me, Vegas just seems like one absolutely ginormous tourist trap. It also does, to me, kind of seem like one of the best places to go see a Formula One race in North America. No offense to the other Formula One spots that we have in North America now, but I don't know. As an opportunity to hang out with a friend I haven't hung out with since TwitchCon 2019. Good reason. And unlike Florida, weed's legal. So, yeah. Seems like an improvement. Probably do something with this little chunk of stone. Don't know what yet, but we'll figure it out. Okay, I've got a lot of like cheesemakers and beekeepers and shit that like can't do anything, so I'm just gonna give all these guys stone detailing. so that they actually have, like, a job, like all these farmers. 'Cause they're just hanging around praying with, like, nothing real to do. So at the very least, speed some jobs up. Yeah, that's something I have, like, no interest in. But, I mean, if I wanted to go shoot heavy weaponry, I could do that here, too. Also, there's a Ferrari rental place here. I don't know if that necessarily counts as a supercar, but... I feel like renting a supercar would be much more alluring if you could drive. Was there some Titanic bedrooms, Lamau? I always make big bedrooms. Always. Always. Maps are big enough. Why not? It only takes like an extra couple seconds to dig out the bigger bedrooms, and the dwarves love them. And you can fill them up with all sorts of fancy accoutrements. Why not make massive bedrooms? Come on. They have to tolerate literal zombies everywhere. Might as well, like, give them a fancy place to snooze, you know? Also, hey, Deep. Sup, dude? It's fun catching the very end of your stream that one time. You know, it's one of the... I think probably for my dad's retirement, I'm going to rent him a Ferrari for a day and just tell him I'll pay for gas. It was something I planned on doing for his 50th birthday, and then my money just went from hero to zero pretty quickly because some shitty things happened in my life, and then it wasn't able to happen. But it's something that I still want to do. So... refreshing air quality again. Seattle's still #1 world champion 2022. Vancouver's down to 22 again. Hoping we can be in the 30s by tomorrow. I would like air to be breathable and not a threat to people with asthma anymore. That'd be cool. All right, we've got a dwarf taken by a Fey Mood, a shearer. What you're gonna go do, actually? I don't know what skills you'd have. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, there are more than enough. You just need to tell me what kind of job you want. Gems? Nope. Crafts dwarfs. Of course. Of course! Grabs boulder. All right, Dwarfy will let you work on that. Keep a half an eye on you. Fleshball is fighting. Sometimes fleshballs have to fight too. You'll take a dwarf? Do you know what kind of dwarf you want? Or is it just randoms? Just let me know if you want a random one or not. Do I have a spare mason? I don't know if there's any such thing as a spare mason. I got engravers. I actually don't have anybody who's like really classified as a mason right now. Like at all. There are dwarves with masonry, but nobody's classified as one. Just give a random one? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bop. Nish. Zone soldier. Feels euphoric due to inebriation. You're a hammer dwarf in the military. You have one notable kill, which you killed a zombie raven. You've killed 2 Dighton's eyes in frame buds, and you killed 1 zombie llama in GraveHarvest. I'm very proud of you. You have a lover who's not here, and you worship multiple gods. You also have some children. probably with an ex-wife. You worship the god of children, of the young buds, who takes the form of a male dwarf. You worship the god of death. You worship the god of caverns and mountains, and you worship the god of jewels and minerals. You do have a master elsewhere who probably taught you some craft at some point. You're 137 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 118. You have round, close-set gold eyes that are protruding, a slightly flattened ears that are extraordinarily broad, and long sideburns that are braided. Very long mustache that is arranged in double braids, and a very long beard that is neatly combed. Very long hair that is neatly combed, and a high cheekbones. Your head is short, and your head bears a massive jagged scar, kind of badass, TBH. And you have copper skin, which is wrinkled, and your neck bears a very long straight scar. Your hair is gray mixed with white. You personally value sacrifice and don't care if others take the time to master skills. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. You rarely look on others with lust and you actively avoid exciting or stressful situations. And you are very ambitious and always looking for a way to better your situation. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He can handle stress and has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And, hey, I am back, NetJam. And a random one for deep. So I'll close my eyes and, like, kind of look away. Blobbity, 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 blah. Boop. Fisher Dwarf. Although, you know, we could go up one further and give you a badass zombie, so I think we'll do that. Zooglar. Deep. 0x20. Within the last seasons, you felt brains. You're 95 years old, or you were when you died. You were born on the 1st of Granite, you were 154. You had one child, and you were romantically involved with Cog Golf Tools. His extremely long sideburns are neatly combed. His extremely long mustache is arranged in double braids. His extremely long beard is neatly combed, and his extremely long hair is arranged in double braids. He has his eyes are protruding, and his eyebrows are high, and his ears are extraordinarily broad, and his somewhat narrow head is short. He has massive jagged. His head bears massive marks of numerous old wounds, and the chief among them is a massive jagged scar. Your lower body bears the marks of old wounds, and the chief among them is a massive jagged scar. Your upper arm bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive curving scar. His right lower arm bears a very short straight scar. His left lower arm bears the marks of old wounds, including a straight scar. His right hand bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. His left upper leg bears the marks of old wounds, including a long straight scar. His right lower leg bears the marks of old wounds, including a very long straight scar. His left lower leg bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. And his left foot bears a straight scar. And his right eyelid bears a massive curving scar. You're just like one giant walking old wound, pretty much. He personally respects perseverance. Damn right, he refused to die, and sees introspection as important, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, has low sense of self-esteem, even though you don't thunk no mo, and tries to do things correctly each time, even though he's bad at it now. Isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and he does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops stress. Well, you are a zombie, so brain go blah, blah, blah. He occasionally overindulges, not that it matters, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but that doesn't matter either, because you don't need it, because you're dead. And he can't even remember the last time he had some. And doesn't really care about anything anymore, because he's... Bruh. Bruh. Does an open, unhealing wound count as a scar? It will become a scar. It's not treated. Fleshball is fighting. Oh, God. All right. You can name zombies? Yep. You can also have zombies in your fort. Only if they're friendly zombies, though. We have several friendly zombies in our fort. The kind of funny thing about zombies, though, is when they become zombies, it takes them a year plus to request citizenship. So just because you have zombies, like, they don't automatically become members of the fortress until they request citizenship. So that zombie I don't actually think is a full citizen just yet. So I can't actually give them jobs. But once they request citizenship, then you can give them any jobs, which is kind of neat. Craft store shop artifact, mule bone, rough gosh knights. Oh gosh. Birch logs, rough gosh knights, and granite. Hopefully that dwarf makes something cool. Oh, we're out of beds. Zombies, sure, you can capture them, but you can't convert them. They have when they're raised from the dead, they have a chance to become loyal to you if they were friendly when they died. I don't know what the percent chance is or how that's calculated. And if they become friendly to you, then they have one of two states they can be in. They can be an unintelligent undead or an intelligent undead. Unintelligent undeads, I have a few of them. Dwarf fated corpse. So like this is a friendly unintelligent undead. So it shows up as others, can't be named, does no tasks, and just kind of, well, I mean, in this one's case, it just sits right here. Like he doesn't move much. He just kind of hangs out there and just goes, bah. Hey, a dwarf just gave birth to a baby. Cute. And then there's intelligent undead, which pop into, like here, so like this is an intelligent undead, and then you're an intelligent undead, right? And then intelligent undead, they can do tasks and they operate exactly like normal dwarves would, except minus the part where they think, have thoughts, have depression, need to eat or drink or sleep. So they're basically just like mindless drones that exist. Also, hope I'll look into that once stream's done tonight. But high likelihood I'll go. In some respects, yes. The issue with intelligent undead dwarves is they also lose the ability to gain skills. So they only have the skills that they had when they died. But in some ways, yes, intelligent undead are better. But, like, it's a dice roll as to whether or not you'll actually get an intelligent undead, volatile, evil undead, mindless, friendly undead, or just kill them. And they won't even be rezzed. So it's not like it's a guaranteed thing once they're rezzed. Like, it requires some luck beyond that initial dice roll. But yes, in some ways they are certainly superior. But they also can't have kids. They can't make artifacts. They can't attain a rank in society. Like, they're not perfect. Like, they do have issues. But in some ways they are optimal, yeah. Certainly as basic laborers. Is your corpse still shuffling around? No. Oh, your corpse got shredded. I mean, to give you an idea, the fight that caused 2 intelligent undead, yes, 2, to be resurrected from my fort, or in my fort, that were smart, I lost like 30 dwarves. I got 2 intelligent undead out of that, and 1 unintelligent undead. The rest were all hostile. So just for some clarity, like, it's a very low percent that you will get back as intelligent undead. Was that a loyalty cascade? No, just a bunch of undead got into the fort and we had to fight them back. Loyalty cascades don't happen anymore. The only time loyalty cascades happen is if you intentionally tell your dwarves to kill one of your own dwarves. And there's only a few ways that can happen. Like, loyalty cascades don't happen unless you're bad at the video game. I would say it's lower than that, Rog. Intelligent undead also have certain powers sometimes. Like, in combat, they can do things where, like, they can make things, like, they can paralyze things at a distance sometimes, and they usually get 1 power if they get a power. I've seen them shoot ice blasts and things. Lamau, what are you doing? Like, are you telling your dwarf? Okay, question 1. Are you playing on an older version of the game? Question 2. Are you really bad at managing moods? Question 3. Do you tell your dwarves to kill your own dwarves under any circumstances? Question 4. Do you attack tantruming dwarves? Question 5. Do you let dwarves tantrum? Question 6. Do you manage? Do you set up a prison system for your dwarves, and do you have a captain of the guard and that stuff? Because if you're not doing it, if you're attacking any of your dwarves for any reason, that's your problem. And if you don't have a prison system set up, that's your problem. Soxul Kolodish, the Shearer, has created Ingestism, Dasel Flat, a granite figurine of Ural bolted onslaught, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Obok Gravetowns. Gravetowns, that's a good name. It's worth 52,800. Glost crested the heavens of virginity. This is a granite figurine of Iral bolted onslaught. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Iral bolted onslaught, the dwarf and dwarves in granite, by Soxul. Iral bolted onslaught is surrounded by the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iral bolted onslaught to the position of king of the modest palisade in 92. It is encircled with bands of rose-cut gauchenites, and this object menaces with spikes of granite, birch, and gauchenite. On the item is an image of Trouble Petals, the granite floodgate in Mulebone. But yeah, I legit can't remember the last time I had a... I don't think I've ever had a loyalty cascade on this version, and I can't remember the last time I had one outside of that. Actually, that's not totally true. I had one in Long Death once, but I was able to fix it. Okay, how much silver are we sitting on? 400. All right, silver Warhammer. 300. Nah, 100. Let's just do 100 silver Warhammers. $69 dwarves. Nice. Also, not trying to just call you bad at the game, by the way, but like, in my experience, loyalty cascades are almost always player fault. Because what causes loyalty cascades is one dwarf, is dwarves deciding that another dwarf is on another faction, and the only way you can really do that in the current game is by intentionally telling your military to attack a tantruming dwarf. You see, that can't cause a loyalty cascade. A dwarf getting arrested or hammered doesn't cause them. Literally, like, it's not possible. It can't. So either you're referring to something else, like maybe you had a dwarf go berserk, and even a dwarf going berserk is a dwarf that's suddenly hostile. So they're considered no longer part of your faction, so all the dwarves will attack them. Basically just like makes them gain a new factional alignment. But yeah, I can't remember the last time I had a loyalty cascade. They don't exist as far as I'm concerned. Although there's like kind of a few mechanics in this game where I'm like, that's just a myth. And sometimes people look at me, they're like, what? That's not true. It's like, no, it just like it doesn't happen. All right. We're back to forging them silver warhammers. Let's start building a second squad, I think. Overbearing personality, lacks abilities, scatterbrain, finds helping others be emotionally rewarding. It's a calm demeanor that is everything is quite polite. Partially rarely moves to mercy, overindulges, troubled by this, self-control. Doesn't hold on to grievances, flight's a fancy, needs alcohol to get through the working things, is a hardened individual, will do just fine in the military. Brand new squads. We got the Clouds of Coal and the Confident Oil. Make you into a functioning squad. Dreams of mastering a skill, impeccably curious and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Well, you can join the military too. Curious about what you grab, though. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's really hard to like actually diagnose what is causing a... It's really hard to diagnose what is causing things like loyalty cascades unless I'm the one playing it. Like, I've had people ask me, they're like, why is this thing happening? It's like, I genuinely have no idea because I don't know what you've done in the game in the last hour. But it's not... If you're playing in the most recent version and you're still getting migrant waves, something is... Or not migrant waves, loyalty cascades. Something is seriously wrong. Like, genuinely, something is seriously wrong. See, because, like, a loyalty cascade is a very, very, very specific thing, right? A very specific thing. And tantrum spirals are very hard to do unless, like, you're leaving bodies everywhere. And even then, like, I've left bodies everywhere in this fortress already a couple of times, and these dwarves are largely fine. Like, I've got, like, one or two kind of moody dwarves, but, like... I mean, maybe like, if I'm very good at the game, like, that's... The thing is, like, I'm intentionally nice to my dwarves. And, you know, it's things like, man, those are big bedrooms. It's like, no, that's just the size I make my bedrooms. Then like, somebody who said that I have big bedrooms is talking about how they had loyalty cascades recently. It's like, well, maybe you should build bigger bedrooms. Like, legit, that's where my brain's at. Like, I would consider myself being mean to these dwarves this playthrough, and I have, like, 2 depressed dwarves. And even that, they're, like, not that depressed. They're, like, kind of moody, but, like, generally kind of fine. Like, the current game is just give the dwarves everything they need. Give them a tavern, give them a temple, give them a general temple to anything, to everything. Make sure most of them have bedrooms. Give them nice bedrooms, and if you're still having problems with dwarves, then something's wrong. Mothak, the dwarf mercenary, the faint corpse is visiting. That's concerning. I think actually what it is there are certain things that are really hard to do in the game and damn near impossible in the current game. Loyalty cascades is one of those things. And then there are things that are quite a bit easier to do. You know, things like, a loyalty cascade is damn near impossible in the current game unless you intentionally tell your dwarves to attack a tantruming dwarf. That will almost always cause one. Otherwise, it's usually people thinking that there's a loyalty cascade happening, but it's not actually a loyalty cascade. It's probably just a lot of really depressed dwarves. Which can happen if you're neglecting certain things about your dwarves, or you didn't realize that you ran out of alcohol, or if, like, if half your dwarves don't have beds. Things like, there are things that can cause tantrum spirals. You just have to, like, really neglect your dwarves, which is, that is me being like, yes, I've played too much of this game, so I recognize that shit faster than a lot of people. So I think usually what it actually is somebody's just like, oh, I had a loyalty cascade. You didn't actually have a loyalty cascade. You just unfortunately neglected your dwarves a whole lot, which sucks, but, like, that happens sometimes, right? Sometimes you just end up in forts where it's really difficult to care for everybody, and then, like, your fort falls apart. And that's called playing Dwarf Fortress, right? But it's probably not a loyalty cascade. But people call it a loyalty cascade because that's the closest word that they know to that thing happening, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I'm not trying to sound like an elitist douche or anything, so... You know what? Let's just lock both of these. Send the dwarves right there. Put a door here. Cats tend to do that, Bastet. Like, does what I'm saying make any sense, or am I just, like, rambling nonsensically? Believe it or not, this is, like, me attempting to help. While also breathing in toxic fumes. Dwarves, I want you to go over the other side. I changed my mind, guys. I literally told you to go, yeah, stand there. Door's locked. I know. Weird, right? Get over there. Do the thing. Now we just need to wait for, Actually, you know what? I can unforbid this. Station them all up here. They come flying out and run after the zombie crundles. The zombie Mulmarian. I think that's all of them. Let the last dwarf run in. Lock this. Let the fighting begin. Cleanup crews go. But my strats sound legit. Well, thank you. Oh, there's a bunch of hungry heads over there, and my dwarves have dived into the middle there, up there. Can I just say that I love the fact that MLG Pro has stuck around as such a state, like a word in the consciousness, even though MLG hasn't existed in a very long time. Okay, where did most of my dwarves go? Uh-oh. I'll just book it out. Oh, I see where they all ended up. We're all killing a crundle. Okay, there's a bunch of hungry heads down here. Let's just run these. Hey, can they not go down there? Ah, they can definitely go down there. So now is where we start to inflate our zombie kill count, because we're cleaning out the caverns. There's actual hungry heads, which are going to die pretty quick. We're going to have to kill them multiple times, most likely. Those hungry heads down there, kill those. All right, let's... Yo, that almost looks like a wagon. I know it's not. It's just like a rock formation, but it looks like a wagon. That door in place? Yes, that door is in fact in place. I'm gonna forbid that. We're gonna follow the military around. We continue to pummel stuff to death in here. There was a loyalty cascade in the legendary dining hall, and the necromancers kept resurrecting the dead. I had a pretty rad fort a while ago that had a bunch of really skilled necromancer military dwarves. And that fort was a whole lot of fun, because whenever we'd actually get into fights, we would end up just, like, basically going into infinite combat locks, because there'd be a wall of friendly zombies, a wall of evil zombies fighting in between my necromancer squad on either side of them. It was, like, very entertaining, but not the kind of fort I'd want to do frequently, I'll put it that way. It's kind of exhausting. Let's keep exploring. Killing monsters while we're at it. Excellent, more water. I'm also trying to find any gems that are possible in here. This is your favorite Better Twitch TV emote? What, Vote Gremlin? Should go into some politics streams and just spam Vote Gremlin. I really like Wide Pog. I think Wide Pog is pretty great. Well, the thing is, if a corpse comes back to life after they've been killed, it means that a piece of it's been cut off. So it's like first they won't be resurrected if they're mangled. That's the first thing. So you can have a decomposing corpse. Oh god, that's a lot of undead crundles and stuff. You can have decomposing corpse, and then like say you chop the arm off, the arm might come back and the head might come back, but the corpse will stay dead. It's that kind of thing. But depending on if they're mangled or not, like if the corpse doesn't get mangled, they often will just keep coming back to life. So these are all just like, uh-oh, what is that? Oh, is that a cadaverous cave crawler? Holy shit, it's like a, oh, it's a cadaverous cave crawler corpse, okay. Cadaverous cave crawlers are kind of scary. Or voracious cave crawlers. But it looks like we are doing a pretty good job just dodging it. They're just smacking it with their hammers to try and pummel it into pulverized meat. There it goes. It fell over. Sweet. And then if I check it... Yeah, now it's a mangled corpse, so it shouldn't come back again. It might still come back, but it shouldn't. Clearing out all these dead crundles. In some cases, multiple times. There's also elk birds. Good lord, there's a lot of dead things over here. So many dead things the dwarves had to regroup. We're going to send them down here now. We need to let them back in the fort pretty soon because they are starting to get thirsty. What? Oh no, I lost a mace dwarf. One of my mace dwarves seems to have died in the fighting. Probably got exhausted at some point. Uh-oh, we got a second one going down. Looks like, am I? Right foot's been cut open and bruised. Okay, so I think we will pummel through this last crew of dudes. And pause briefly. Let me find my stair. There. Get back there, dwarves. No, not am I. You're super dead, aren't you? All right, let's, oh shit, we got a mayor. Okay, hold up. We gotta deal with the new mayor. Not sure what happened to the old one. Maybe he finally got elected. Or unelected? Unelected? I don't think unelected is a word. I could let the dwarves go get him, but we'd probably just lose more dwarves. 'Tis a shame that we're gonna lose 2 dwarves in this. But we did clear out a lot of zombies, so it was for the best. I mean, 8 other kills, 2 notable. Imagine killing a notable zombie crundle. It's like killing a notable mouse. Like, good job, kitty. You killed a notable rat. It was notable because it was a rat. Okay, there's a zombie over there. Dwarves are doing their damnedest to get back. Meanwhile, this dwarf back here is fighting with a crundle corpse. Bug bats are coming in. More bits and pieces of zombies are coming towards him. I really want to try and rescue him, but man. I don't know how. I'll be honest. I kind of don't know how. All right, let's see if I can just, like, dig underneath you. I doubt I can make it there in time, but... See, if I remove you from the military, can you just start moving? Okay, dwarves coming in. There's a zombie head there. One of my dwarves just smacks it real quick. Be all of them. Let's forbid this. Remove that. Unforbid this. Remove the station. Let them run up. And I think that that dwarf's dead. Why did they elect a dwarf that's in my military? Ah, man. All right, because you're in my military, I'm gonna replace you with a different dwarf. Monom. By the way, you can do this. The player can force replace the mayor at any point. You didn't know that. Now you do. Let's make this into the mayor's office and whatnot. And yes, Fs indeed. Also, speaking of Fs, I mean, they'll come back as a zombie, but... Round of Fs for dead dwarf, round of beers for dead dwarf, either or works. I'm sure they'd respect either. Look back, corpses fighting. Wait. How's AQI doing? Man, Seattle got worse. Hang in there, Seattle. I'm sorry, what? Why is there a baby fighting with a goose? Why is there a baby outside? I have two questions, both are very important. One, why is there a baby dwarf fighting with a baby with an undead goose? Second, I'm gonna allow the dwarves outside to hopefully go rescue baby. Baby's in trouble. Guys, go get baby. Can we please rescue baby? We've got baby crawling around, who's currently saying bah, is 9 months old. So this is baby of mommy who was a necromancer. Do you have a dwarf in this fort? Not currently. Unless you want to be this baby and valiantly run away from a zombie goose, which is horribly terrifying, I'll have you know. It seems to be pecking away at the baby. That looks like my axe dwarves finally got to it, and then they left the baby. Baby is crawling, though. Although is cut open in all of the places. Is anybody actually coming to rescue the baby, though? Nobody's coming to rescue the baby. Can somebody please come rescue baby? We do, in fact, have a chief medical dwarf and a... Never mind, baby died. Wait, no, never mind. Baby didn't die. I just deselected baby. Come on, Ton. Let's just station the military outside. I mean... Ton. Net Jam Junior. JR Junior. Net Jam JR Jr. Who's the son of Wild Peak and Wade Master. Wild Peak is insane, and so she's incapable of taking care of baby. Also immortal, so she can't starve to death. And Wade Master doesn't seem to care. You do dream of raising a family. Your current visual description is completely impossible to even notice as you are cut into a lot of pieces. She finds herself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers and is somewhat put off by trade, like sulfurite, copper, jasper, opal, and fox squirrel bone, giant nautilus shell, and the colored chocolate, beds and buckets, and blueberry bushes for their fruit, and the sight of the pregnant pantomime. When possible, you prefer to consume tortoise, cow cheese, and sunshine, and you absolutely hate bark scorpions. She is stingy with resources when working on projects, refusing to expend any extra effort, terrified of geese, and generally likes to think before acting. She is pleased by her own experience and talents, and often feels lustful. She is quick to form negative views about things and tries to keep things orderly. You feel kinship with this dwarf. Oddly enough, the dwarves don't seem particularly interested in rescuing it, which I think is kind of hilarious. Like, they're all cleaning themselves, but, like, I've got dwarves dressing wounds, but I've got a military dwarf in the hospital right now. But, like, nobody seems to want to help baby. That was my own addition to the description of that dwarf, but, you know. The military back inside. All right, so I really want to do something out here with this. Let's see if I can just get... Okay, not on that side, but let's see if I can get these trees hacked down. Because I do, believe it or not, want to at some point build a fortress kind of connected to the edge of this river, because I think this river is real cool. I love geese. I think they're super chill, nice animals, but... Mine, are you okay? Terrified while in conflict. I feel no terror! What's chasing you, though? Kestrel or something? It's definitely not this cat. Insane necromancers outside. That's mom of baby. But, Hex, do you have anything particular that you would like? Any particular job you would like for a dwarf? The zombie geese are just kind of an ongoing thing in this fort, so... Many dwarves have been attacked by zombie geese. Trying to get rid of some of these corpses. You have a pheromone that makes birds incredibly angry when you burn them. You've been attacked by peacocks, geese, ducks, swans. You'd like a butcher. What? I've genuine question. How do you learn that about yourself? I do actually, in fact, have a butcher. Ton. X. Birds hate him. Wrench. But like again, how do you discover that about yourself? And is this something natural or normal? Because like I've never heard of that before. Mule. You killed a zombie mule once. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. This is my fight too. I must require an answer. Where are you? Not fighting with anything. What do you want about? Didn't immediately attack you. I have a question. Do you have frizzy hair? I know that might sound random, but I do have logic behind this. Is 43 years old, born on the 26th of Obsidian, 212. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. He has a very long beard that is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. So you have very wavy, curly hair. Found your problem. Maybe. So birds, if birds are mad, this goes for the vast majority of birds. They fluff their feathers up, right? Birds that are used to being around humans, if they see a human with fluffy feathers, they'll attack them. I used to know this kid named James years ago who had a blonde afro. Crows would attack him for no fucking reason out of nowhere constantly because he just had like super curly, frizzy, blonde hair. And he would just be like walking up the street and just bang, he'd get hit by a bird because like they would literally just like attack him out of fucking nowhere because they'd think that he was super aggro. So if you're in a city and city birds randomly attack you, it's probably because your hair's a mess. Tie your hair back. Put on a toque. Might fix it. Believe it or not, like sometimes, like the reason I keep my hair tied back when I'm outside, like I've a lot of it and it flips up, especially outside. When I go outside, if my hair's like this, I'll get attacked by crows sometimes, especially during roosting season. But if I have it tied back, no issues. Might be a problem. I don't think it's a pheromone. I think you just have messy hair. He has double braids that are neatly combed and a clear voice, and his nose bridge is concave, and his eyebrows are extremely sparse, and his small lobed ears are somewhat narrow. His emerald eyes have slightly thin irises, and his head is somewhat broad. Also, the reason I know this is because my neighbor used to have a pet parrot and then 2 lovebirds, and she actually had like a rule. She said, like, if because we used to go over to her house occasionally, because every now and again we'd like house sit for her, or we would just like go over there for dinner. And she would always say, like, if you have messy hair, comb your hair or wear a hat, or my birds will attack you because they'll think that you're trying to attack them. Personally, sees competition as wasteful and silly and values romance, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, rarely changing his mind about things. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. It's sort of like another random thing. It's sort of like how you're not supposed to stare dogs in the eye because that's a fight challenge. Like if you stare at a dog that you don't know directly in the eyes, it's asserting dominance. And if it's a dog that doesn't know you, it's more likely to get aggro with you if you stare at it directly in the eye. So he's made deeply uncomfortable by a difference in appearance or culture, and it prefers to be alone and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is troubled by this since he values romance, and he has a calm demeanor. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He likes to keep things practical and without delving too deeply into the abstract, and does not often feel lustful. Doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't handle stress well. He occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. There you go. I have no idea about chimps, but I just know about dogs and birds. But yeah, I've been attacked by birds before on a bad hair day. So, and that's usually my assumption. And like before my hair was super long, my hair was like borderline curly and very frizzy. So when I had like, if you go like back in my YouTube channel, I don't recommend you do because my old content was shit. But like if you go back in my YouTube channel and look at old VODs of me when my hair was like maybe that long in like 2016, 17-ish, when it was about that long, it used to get all fuzzy and frizzy in the morning and I would get really bad bedhead and I got attacked by crows a couple times. And that dwarf that we left in the caverns died. Rest in peace. Humans have lots of animal behaviors, but talking about them upsets folks. Wait, what? Give me one example. Which dwarf died? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's I-M-I, which is I-I-V-I. I is how they write their name. They got left in the caverns after the cleaning attempt, which I think just made things worse, actually. That's the least me-like dwarf you've ever had, really? Let's get this area smoothed as well. I guess that's some sort of achievement. Because you've had quite a few dwarves in my forts over the past couple of years, or maybe a couple months. The lady dwarves have beards. Ask another dumb question. Because I've read multiple lady dwarf descriptions in the last day while you've been here, and no, they don't have beards. Not by default, anyways. There is a pretty simple setting that you can change that's actually marked, where you could give them beards if you want. But in my playthroughs, no, they don't. And to be completely honest, I have no idea why people are so obsessed with that. It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So, I think it's largely because I've never read Pratchett and have no interest in reading Pratchett. Oops, that's a wall, not floors. All right. Coordinate the colors of this flooring. Pratchett's does. No other fantasy I've ever read does. The reason I like dodge that question when people ask it is because people get there is a certain group of people that get like very offended when they hear that I haven't set my settings that way, and I think it's fucking obnoxious. So I just kind of dismiss that question when it comes up. Well, if you don't care, then why did you ask? Just go load your own game up and go read a lady dwarf's description. You could figure that out yourself. If it doesn't say anything about a beard, they've got no beard. Or go look at the DF wiki page about it. My new mayor has mandated the construction of certain goods. So let me double check. What is it? 2 bracelets. That's easy enough. Well, now you know. You cared enough to ask, I guess, is all I'm saying. We're gonna assign more bedrooms. Like I said a minute ago, Mist Runner, by default, they don't. You can set them to if you want to. It's an easy setting to change. Yeah, like, Hex, you have very similar hair that I do when my hair's short. Like, when my hair isn't redonkulously long, I have very similar hair to that. Very thick, like, frizzy hair. And, like, if I'm outside on a windy day, yes, I get dive bombed by birds. Which is why I used to wear toques and hats all the time. Because we have a lot of crows around here. And especially during mating season, they will just, like, straight up fucking dive bomb you out of nowhere. A super floofy pick. Bring in those last beds. Soul Shinery got a bed. Yay. You over here. Over there. Over there. And there we go. Okay, how many dwarves still need beds? Quite a few. Let's let them build that floor up a little bit. Not a bad little fort, if I do say so myself. Let's not allow the dwarves to go outside anymore. Let's lock them inside. Let's just making sure I turned on the right burrow. Yes. Don't want to accidentally lock them outside, which I did once briefly. Which made me feel kind of silly. We're just gonna build up that floor right there. But yeah, maybe I've helped you solve the mystery as to why you attract the anger of all geese, X. Which honestly, like, for me, just makes me feel bad for anybody who has an afro. Russ! Thank you very much for the raid. Cheers, dude. Means a lot, man. I took a kind of a long break from stream today because, like, not even that big. This is a relatively small one. I took a long break from stream today because the air quality was so bad. This is the surface. It's a haunted biome. It's raining noxious ooze. If one of my mods are awake, if we could get a shout out for Russ, that'd be rad. Otherwise, I'll do it in a mo. But we've got this lovely kind of water feature in the middle that, I don't know, kind of looks like a weird spinny tentacle monster. And then we have this little stairway going down. This is kind of where the dwarves sleep and where the majority of the crafting and stuff gets done. Then we go through the first cavern layer and the second cavern, and we skip the second cavern layer, which is in there somewhere. And then there's the third cavern layer, which is down here, which currently I think has like 150 zombie crundles and bug bats in it. Because it's a resurrecting biome, and then that's where we're making our weapons. Thank you very much for the raid, Russ. But yeah, it's gross indeed, but we are doing our best. We do have pretty well-armed dwarves here, and we're going to do our damnedest to get more of them hacked into pieces. So, not the crundles. Dude, look at these. They're spawning. The crundles keep spawning, and then the undead crundles kill the living crundles to create more dead crundles. So we've got, like, crundle head, crundle corpse, mutilated crundle corpse, bug bat corpse, crundle arm, crundle other arm, crundle head, crundle lower arm, crundle upper arm, you know, also down niture. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's wild. There's so many of them. We've also got like all these bug bats as well. Like I said, I tried to send them in there recently to like deal with them, but there's just so many. Armor, thanks for checking out the gift. Cheers. Pump stack into that cavern. Yeah, I might actually do something like that. Like, I've been trying to think about what to do with it, but cheers, dude. Yeah, no, I'm on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. I did take like a 6-hour break today, though, because the air quality here is so fucking bad. Although, it's gotten better. We're no longer #1 worst air quality in the world now. That's now Seattle. Get fucked, Seattle. Sorry, Seattle. Sorry to all my friends in Seattle. We're now down here. We're 23rd. We were almost 200 in the air quality index earlier today. They spiked up ahead though, so Seattle's winning. Pakistan's cheating. Their sensors are malfunctioning. There's actually articles about it. Yeah, Seattle #1 worst air quality in the world. #1 world champion 2022. This is where you guys all start chanting USA, right? But you're moving to Seattle, worst air quality in the world, right? Yeah, it's a tourist destination. It's a schmoggy mess. But, you know, thank you very much, Armor, for chucking out a gift sub. Helping me fund a trip to Vegas. Against my better judgment. But I hope that the clownery was fun. I caught the very beginning of your stream, Russ, as I was setting up to turn the stream back on, because it's just like, I need to stream. You know, it's like, it's those days where it's just like, man, stuff feels like shit, and I want to fall over and die, but gotta stream. We're quickly making an office for our brand new mayor, Manam, who, since, you know, Russ sent a huge group of friends over here. How actually do you spell that? M-O-N-O-M. M-O-N-O-M. Frog, thanks for the $1. Cheers. Russ! I'd say Russ Mayor, but Russ money. Over the fort, dude. She feels fondness when speaking with acquaintance. Would you look like that? Would you look at that? She is romantically involved with Inith. Scandalous. Who's not in the fort? Well, you ran away from your lover. What a lady. You worship Zephon, Big Uncleans, the god of pregnancy. You also worship Ral Waldhearts, the god of caverns and mountains. You also worship Ast, the Oak of Dawn, the deity of trees. You also worship Momus, the deity of death. And you lastly also worship Akest, Crazed Thunders, the deity of war and fortresses. You hope to mandate toy boats. You've mandated rings and bracelets. You like jewelry, which is fitting. I mean,
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo, the chewing gum. What else do you do? 92 years old, middle-aged, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 164. Very long hair tied in a ponytail, protruding thin irised amethyst eyes, close set, with high cheekbones. Majestic. Her ears are extraordinarily broad, like Mickey, and her eyes are round, and her somewhat narrow head is short, like a clown. Her copper skin is wrinkled, and her hair is dark tan with some gray. Russ Money likes andesite, rose gold, demantoid, which is such a cool sounding gem, carambola wood, giant wolf tooth, specifically giant, snowy owl bone, and the color bronze. Bracelets and jumping spoders for their ability to leap, and hide root for their fuzzy projectiles? I'm sorry, what? Hold on a second. Someone explain that one. Hide root for their fuzzy projectiles? And the word of the adorable wonders and the sound of the glittery intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume beet plants, and banana beer. I agree with both of those things. I've had both banana beer and beet plants, and those are both delicious. Sheep's milk and bombara groundnuts? I also don't know what that is. And you hate roaches. Relatable. You think that maintaining decorum is a silly and fumbling waste of time, and a dream of creating a great work of art. Yeah, that's fine. Mid-90s is middle-aged for dwarves. It is. I need to zoom in a little bit. Easy to read. She's a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. Oh, wow. Enjoys being in crowds and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She often feels discouraged and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She tries to do things correctly each time and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. When she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. The what now? What do now? And we're currently making you a office and dining room. Because you already have a bed. You need to make you an armor stand, though. Silver arm. 1. Silver rack. Whoop. 1. But chat, thank you very much for the little train. Subs, bits, both go towards it. Much appreciated. Good labor for clowns is soap making? Well, you got to clean that face paint off somehow, right? Alrighty. We're just sitting here waiting for them to smooth that stuff. I don't need to give you an extra bed, so I think we'll just do office in this room. And dining room in this room. And I don't have statues. Do I have display furniture? No, don't have anything. Well, I guess I can give you some more of these. And some more of those. Time for bed. You have a good night's sleep, buddy. There's no banana eating labor. There are bananas, though. You could just, like, casually eat bananas as a, like, pastime, you know? There are many games with bananas. Although, just because I'm amused by this dwarf, I have... Not that dwarf. Where are you? I have this dwarf, who's a necromancer gem cutter. But they're completely insane. So they've just been running around for ages. Somehow managed to have a kid with her husband. Had immediately abandoned her kid, who then got left outside and cut apart by a undead goose. Because she's not taking care of it, because she just runs in circles. Also, like, she's immortal, right? So she doesn't get any older. She was born in the year 70 and somehow, like, managed to die at 69. Dreams of ruling the world, that's not gonna happen. Are we breathing again? Vancouver is no longer #1 most polluted city in the world. That is currently Seattle, so I guess Seattle's winning. But we went from, it was like 210 on the air quality index when I woke up to down to about 298 when I started streaming. We're now at about, or sorry, to 198 when I started streaming, and now we're at 115. To give you an idea, we're normally at around 5. It only smells like burning gas outside. Go Seattle, wait, no. Oh God. Ah. So, yeah. There should be a clown mod for DF with a role of labor to entertain the fortress by leaving banana peels and soap bars around. I mean, so you can rename labors, right? In your raws. You could just, like, rename bards to clowns. Isn't that kind of just what a bard is? And then you could have, like, traveling clown groups show up to, like, entertain people. It's not too far off. That works in my brain. I don't know about yours, but... Like, you could do that in a couple minutes. Or you could, like, actually, here's a thing I could do. Russ, where are you at? Customize. Custom profession name. Clown. There you go. So even if he gets removed from mayor, still clown. See? Clown. And then also, like, if you set yourself, if you renamed bards to clowns, you could then play adventure mode as a clown. For those of you who've never watched Russ Money's stream, Russ streams a lot of Space Station 13. And I do recommend you watch Russ's stream because it is very entertaining. But he often plays as a clown, and the theme of the channel is clowns. And, like, has almost as many rubber ducks as I do. Yeah, it's like mandatory to do. Let's go up to here. Down around the edge. Also, every now and again, you'll get a rare Russ Dwarfy stream. But over here on this channel, my name's Blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress. And when I'm not streaming Dwarf Fortress, I'm probably playing some random indie game that you've never heard of. Often roguelike-ish things. Although, we've started a playthrough of Thief Gold for Halloween, which has been good fun. But Pilot, how are you doing today? I know that you posted on Discord earlier that you were falling asleep standing up. I hope that's improved. No such thing as too much Dwarf Fortress. Want to bet? I think my YouTube channel is the definition of that, but gotta play it till you win. I'll have you know every time I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, I'm winning. Hey, a human crossbowman is visiting. Maybe they'll join the fort. Currently eating and probably gonna crash soon. Yeah. I mean, it's like 8:18, and I've been live for like another 2 hours. I'm probably gonna be live until like 1 o'clock in the morning if I had to guess. Because the way the wind is blowing, the air quality is improving up here and getting significantly worse in Seattle, which means Seattle gonna keep winning, and my air is gonna become slowly more breathable. I have 2 fans. One is blowing air out of the apartment right now, and one is blowing air around the apartment, so doing my damnedest. Maintain breathable air in here. Ugh, that's all I have to say. But yeah, when it comes to catching me live, if you watch my YouTube stuff, hey, Seattle's there. Did you guys know that Seattle has 269,000 followers on IQ Air? But that just went up by 1,000, which is why I think it's kind of funny. Where are we at? Oh, god damn it. We went back up. Went back up by 2 points. Do I have an air purifier? If I did, it would be running. No, I don't. I do not have an air purifier. I have an air mover and an air cooler and a humidifier. But no, I don't have an air purifier. I live in a 400 square foot apartment, so there's like no reason for me to have an air purifier whatsoever. Petitions available. Hey. Oh no. It's an entertainer. Slancy Wheelship. Oh shit, we did get a bunch of... Okay, this person. Human Bard. Has an eagle leather... Chat, should we let this Human Bard be our entertainer? They have an eagle leather am, which is it's a medium-sized handheld wind instrument through which a constant flow of air is maintained with the use of a leather bag. Okay, so they have bagpipes. Funny DF bagpipes. It has a quivering, eerie, brittle timbre. And it's made of eagle leather. The blowpipe is made from stoneware. The bag is made from eagle leather. And okay, so it's a 2-pipe bagpipe. And the melody pipe is made from green glass. And the drone pipe is made from clear glass. So it's got 3 pipes, one that you blow and one that air just zooms out of. And what the fire icons on the map meme? Forest fires. That's what's causing the crappy air quality here. We normally, to give you an idea, Vancouver normally has like between 0 and 5 on IQ Air. Like we normally have very, 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 very good air quality. You didn't know I had such luxurious hair? Well, thank you. Yeah, it's normally tied back like this. Long. Quite a bit of it. Gotta keep that metalhead vibe going. You know what? Sure. Let's let the bagpipe human in. Probably going to get a lot of requests in the next little bit. All right. We already have another one. I got to get doors in here and here. This is going to be office for mayor. Russ. It's that. And Russ gets that. How you feeling, Russ? No armor stand or weapon rack. I know. I'm working on it, boss. Okay, let's do that and that. How you feeling now? Your quarters suck? Well, I mean, we'll work on that. We'll get you nickels eventually. Where you live, there's a fire right next to the sea. Is the air blowing away from you? Select where you live and see what your air quality's like. Maybe it smells kind of stinky or it's a little hazy outside. That'd be why. We got Lord Consort? Holy shit, where did all these visitors come from all of a sudden? Obar Lord Consort is visiting. What faction are you from? You have a copper shield, but there's no markings on it. Obar. It's not these guys. It's definitely not from the Empires of Waviness. Huh. But yeah, no, it's basically just forest fire tracking. But to give you an idea, Beijing, China usually sits anywhere from 150 to 170 generally. Where are they right now? Which is like notoriously like one of the most polluted cities in the world. Same with Delhi. Like Delhi is usually between around 100 to 180 at any point. Beijing is usually like this is normal for these two. But right, that's not normal for Portland. Certainly not normal for Seattle. Definitely not normal for Vancouver, right? So, which is where I'm at. Well, welcome, human Lord Consort. We'll graciously accept you as a visitor in our humble fortress. I feel like we should make some bedrooms for the tavern. I feel like that might be a nice addition. All right, so something I need to do. We need sand. There's plenty of sand up here. How about on ground level? There's plenty of sand up here. White sand wall. We need to figure out how much cloth we have. How much cloth do we have? Cloth. 9! Well, that's not good. Do I actually do it? Do I even have any looms? I do. I have 1 loom. Alrighty, zombie. I have a job for you. Weaving! And... there's my loom. Kitchen still. Farmer's workshop. Shear animal. Spin thread. And when you're done with that, process plants. Let's make some extra looms. Also, like, just gonna state this out loud. I haven't seen many, if any, spider's webs. We do have auto-collect webs on. Alright, noted. Sweet, we got spin thread happening. Spooky fort with zombies everywhere. The scariest thing is we had an insane necromancer lady have a baby, Plano, and then she left the baby outside because she's insane, and the baby got almost pecked to death by undead geese. No, I don't need any more entertainers. Thanks, game. let's just dig out this and make a bigger thingy. You know, I'm sad, you know, because you know, Dwarf Fortress development is a slow thing, right? You know, currently Seattle has the worst air quality in the world, like kind of a lot. So I've been bitching about the air quality down here all the time, but betcha not much work's getting done right now. Undead geese, how horrid! I know, right? It's terrifying. They go honk, honk, brains, honk. The oracular banners wishes to reside in GraveHarvest for the purpose of You know what? Sure, let's take a house band. Why not? It's a bunch of elves. Looks like an elf poet, another elf poet, a human poet. They're all legendary potash maker, legendary appraiser, legendary judge of intent. Ooh. Are they any good at singing? Okay, no combat, and it's just miscellaneous. All right, I mean they're dabbling poets. You're a legendary liner. I mean that checks out. Great poet. Okay, how about you? Great speaker, grand master poet. They bop oracles, or oracles? Sure, yes. But yeah, for me, anything that slows down Dwarf Fort development's annoying, and it's like, admittedly, there was a patch pushed into, like, DF, like, 7 hours ago. But supposedly this weekend, Vancouver and Seattle are supposed to get more rain, in, like, the next, like, 4 days than we've had in the last few months. So, cross, we get that? Haven't heard anything about smoke from him this year? I mean, I know the general area of where he is. Hold on, let me just take a real quick peek at the map. Well, to give you an idea, this is Seattle right now. So, like, I mean, holy shit. I don't envy those people. People up here? It's a rough life. They have a skate park? I like how detailed this map is. This does look like Factorio the more I stare at it. It's like Factorio, except, like, distressing. Seattle, very angry, man. Jesus. Yeah, well, it's all this shit right here. There's a, you know, it's weird. Normally, I'm so used to looking at this map, and, like, the further out I zoom, the more orange, like, California is. But California is, like, fine, which is bizarre. Seattle is currently 41.6 times the World Health Organization annual air quality guideline value. It's 41.6 times worse air quality than the World Health Organization recommends that you live in. That's a big number. That's That's scary. I don't like that. Good lord. Wonder fire ecology at work. I mean, it's the most terrifying thing that's happened this October so far. Like, let's be honest. A strictly air conditioner in the window? Does he have a filter? 'Cause I know a lot of people have asked me today if I have a filter, which I don't. I just have an AC. Yeah, no, we're exactly the same. Like, we broke... Whoop. Russ Money's mandated certain construction of goods. 3 more bracelets. Okay, boss. Rock, bracelet. 3. Yeah, no, I mean, like, this year we broke all kinds of records for, like, the most days in a row without rain and stuff. Which was, honestly, great for my cabbage harvests. My kale garden is really happy. My skin's not, but... So at some point soon, we're going to need to start building a pump system, I think. We're also going to... Actually, hold on. How much of that's still happening? Well, they spun all the thread, I suppose. All right. Well, I need to basically set up a clothes industry zone, so I guess we'll do that. So I'm not a big fan of the way I've got that set up currently. So we'll do this. After that, this is going to be where we will put all of our clothes stuff. We can put 2 doors into here, that's fine. We need skin when you have cabbage. I mean, I got a lot of sauerkraut, man. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, whenever I'd go over to, like, my parents' house this summer, my mom would be like, we've had this amazing weather and the gardens are so happy. And I'm like, I'm fucking dying. Thanks to myself. Absolutely fucking dying. I have a question for all of you Russ viewers out there who are still lurking around. How interested, if at all, are you guys in Space Station 14? Because I'm in the playtest for that, and it seems pretty schlick, considering the playtest is public now. Oopsies. That was the wrong button. Trying to close tabs, and I hit the wrong button. Opened a couple copies of a tab. Another petition. Another entertainer? No thanks. We got more than enough entertainers. I mean, look at all of these. We got a Baroness Consort as well as a bunch of poets. You'll watch it if it's on and you'll let me know. Wouldn't you be watching me if I was playing that? But noted that you'll watch it if it's on. It is a game that I'm mildly interested in, I'll be honest. Man, we all of a sudden started getting all kinds of visitors. Wonder if it's just because my population went up a bit. Another petition. No more entertainers. We got enough entertainers. I'm just trying to, like, expand my food stockpile down here. Ah, that one's just for drinks. That makes a lot of sense. Still making rock pots. I need some more picks. Silver pick. Can I not make silver pickaxes? Really? Boo. Sucks. Does anybody know if silver is lava safe? I don't think it is. But I'm asking anyway. Probably not. I'm thinking no. It's not even blowtorch safe. Yeah, that was my initial thought, but I don't know. There's some surprising lava safe things in Dwarf Fort. Everything but seeds. And with here and here, everything but seeds. Uh-oh, one of my military dwarves is sad. Uneasy after being unable to pray for too long. Felt gratitude after being rescued. Felt despair when being caught in freakish weather. Gotta get hardened. They'll get there. Not magma safe? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Silver is one of those materials where I always think that you can make picks out of them because you can make silver axes. And my brain's like, oh, if you can make it into an axe, you should be able to make it into a pick. And I feel like every single time I have silver, I try and make silver picks and then remember, oh, right, yeah, you can't make silver picks. I guess I might have to mine that adamantine just so I can make more pickaxes. Explain? What do you mean by something isn't cold safe? How does that work? More emeralds? Cool. But I want to do this. Might as well just get that started. Rolf is sad. It's all the freakish weather, I think. There you go, baby. NetJam Junior JR is in here. Still has a broken thumb. I wonder if can't go to hospital because baby. Sounds like something you need to Google, but that's fascinating. That is fascinating. Oh, god damn it. Vancouver's air quality got worse again. We're back up to number 17. God dang it. This is mildly, like, entertaining to me. Oh. It's raining, acrid goose. Another one. God damn it. More entertainers. Sorry, we're only accepting mercenaries again, guys. No more entertainers. Got enough entertainment in this stream. We don't need more. Yeah, something that's bothered me recently is I've really wanted to stream Path of Acra, but I can't because it doesn't have a Twitch directory yet, and I'd have to stream it in the games and demos directory, and I'm not certain I want to do that. Maybe I'll snap tonight and stream some of it. Play a couple runs. But all right, so I think once we get this clothing industry up and running, we can actually start getting like some pigtails going. The next kind of order, game sees. Next kind of order of business is we're going to get glass going. I think I might actually have everything I need for crystal glass because I do have rock crystal. I need to figure out how much I have. What, for Twitch games getting added? Because they have to be in the indie game database, but the game that I want to play is in the indie game database already, and it's got an entry created and it's set up. It just hasn't popped up as available for one reason or another. So, yeah. See, I've done that before too, but like by all accounts, this game should work based on my knowledge of how IGDB works. It used to be Giant Bomb was what they used to pull from, which I also used to have a pretty high editor ranking for because I'm one of those people who used to be a big fan of Giant Bomb for years, so I've made a bunch of like silly edits to the Dwarf Fortress directory and stuff. I also like made edits to the RimWorld one back when I streamed that because for ages it like compared it to Left 4 Dead for some reason. Which didn't make any sense ever. So... But I've sent emails off to IGDB and we're trying to get it sorted. Slaughter a puppy. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Because, like, I'm trying to keep my foodstuffs nothing. All right, let's get rid of these looms. Also get rid of the farmer's workshop. This area down here is going to get everything it needs. So first off, we're going to make a cloth stockpile right there. Played a golf game and the directory was using the Japanese name and not the NA name, and the regional names were incorrectly sorted on IGDB. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what happens when you have big ol' wikis, right? Big ol' wikis that a lot of people edit. You end up with some really weird sorting at times. Like, real weird sorting at times. It is what it is, though. You know what's weird? It's very rare that a company is like, hey, do you want to sign an NDA to get a thing early? But for some reason... I received an email about 2 weeks ago. It's out now, so I can say this. And I didn't sign the NDA, so I can also say this. But 2 weeks ago, I received an email asking if I would like early access to Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection, but I had to sign an NDA for it. It was like, okay, question. Why would I sign an NDA to play games that are old that have been out for ages? Like, I get it, but like, they're gonna be fine on PC, I'm sure. It's like, why would anybody spend a weirdly... Why would anybody do that? What kind of situation are you in where you need to do that? It's very odd to me. We're gonna place a bunch of looms up in here. Let's do 5 looms, maybe? So that one's a little too high up. 3, 4 looms. Yeah, I think we can fit a 5th one once the floors get smoothed. We'll do 2 clothier shops and 2 farmers' workshops. But yeah, no, I've like back when it was a Giant Bomb that Twitch pulled from. I used to add games to Giant Bomb's wiki all the time because I play a lot of weird shit and like demos of things and stuff. For reference, the game that I want to play is this. Which actually has a Steam page now. But like, as you can maybe tell, I have multiple videos on his development page because I played quite a bit of it on YouTube. But like, it's a neat little roguelike. It's this thing, and it's currently just like a free like public demo, right? But like he updates it a lot, and I'd like to stream some of it. But Twitch no have. It's kind of funny, actually. I put up a video 2 days ago stating this video will probably be out of date momentarily because he updates it once a week and it's already out of date. What do you mean people spend money in weird ways? Oh, you mean like rebuying game? I mean, I understand why people would buy Uncharted on PC. That makes sense. That's not the part that's confusing to me. The part that's confusing to me was that they wanted me to sign an NDA for a game that's been out for a very, very, very long time. That's the weird bit. That's what I'm confused by. Like, it makes total sense that people would, you know, buy Uncharted. I mean, like, that's a... Like, I have no interest in playing Uncharted, but, like, that's a pretty lauded, like... I would... Is it fair to say Uncharted is a legendary series of games? You know, like, they've been around for forever and people love them, so... Was a word salad NDA? No, it was certainly like a, you can't talk about the fact that you have this early. Atir the stray cat has adopted Adil, the dwarven child. A kid is a pet cat? Oh, that's adorable. Wait. And there's this kid. Okay. Some migrants have arrived. We've got a shearer. Well, good luck making it into the fort. I'm gonna just slaughter the animals that show up. Got a fisher dwarf, which is not very useful, who's sad after being separated from a loved one, dreams of mastering a skill, can join the military. Same with you. Are probably some of the worst PC releases in terms of bugs and quality. I mean, like, that particular game that I'm mentioning is getting rave reviews. Dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Damn, dude. Don't see that very often. Talented tracker. That's a hard skill to learn. Legendary reader. How the hell do you get legendary reader? 162. Holy fuck, you're an ancient citizen. 162 years old, born on the 14th of Opal. I mean, go nuts. Go grab an axe. Or a hammer. Like, we'll be happy to have you. Dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Alrighty, grab like some of this. And some of this and some of this. Anybody else? We're at 86 Durfs. Some humans and some elves for good measure. Sweet. Everybody's going around and smoothing everything. Gonna need to make more bedrooms pretty soon. Cavern's kind of popping in the middle there. Just make sure that you stash the hammer safely in your walker before hobbling off to fight trees. No. I mean, he'll stash his hammer safely on his back before he goes to smack an undead Crundle in the head. I'm amazed that NetJam Jr. is still alive, though. Human Poet is visiting? Another one. Seems like the fort's finally gained enough renown that everybody's like, ah, we must visit GraveHarvest. That sounds like a lovely place to spend a vacation. I'm going to make a staircase down here and a staircase up. And we're gonna maybe not do something so straight like that, but we are going to make a little tiny pattern of guest bedrooms. These are going to be very simple little single line bedrooms. It's funny, people were talking earlier about how I make my bedrooms very big and then I make my guest bedrooms, and it's like, yeah? Big, you say. Those will be our guest bedrooms for right now. Do I still have hatch covers? No, need more. Off animal caretaker. Give you weaving and clothes making. And remove floor detailing from you. I got plenty of people doing it now. Something I do, in fact, need is all of that weaving and stuff to get built. Giving up on silver extreme cold research can't prove it happened. Oh, no! Also, I'm not going to lie, Pilot, if someone was able to take down a tree with a hammer, I'd be impressed. Your free record from Black Screen finally showed up today. Is it any good? I can't describe how excited I am to receive that Faster Than Light soundtrack. I already forgot that I ordered it and then remembered I ordered it recently and was like, oh, that's coming. Holy shit. Big little tree, big hammer. True. Okay. How about a 100-year-old tree with a hammer? Plano's just gonna go beat a slapling to death and be like, say I did it! You're like, not impressed. Huh? I've never seen that notification before. What does that mean? The Dwarf Erdim Avuzam was spotted sneaking around. I'll live to fight another day. What? What does that mean? Serious question. What in the world? I've never seen that. Covered in acrid goo. Entirely. Got a wild boar ivory earring. Plot nonsense. Interesting. Well. See if we can pull that lever. Actually, I've got one of my military dwarves right there. Actually, I have a bunch of my military dwarves right there. Get them. The dwarves chase after him. Although if he made friends with any of my dwarves, this could actually cause a problem, but a lot on the ground. Seems like Athros, the fated corpse, is attacking him. The dwarf mason fated corpse attacks the bow dwarf, but she jumps away. They did get her, briefly, in the head, bruising the muscle, bending the neck. They appear to have caught up with her almost entirely. The bow dwarf is just screaming, I must withdraw. A stray dog attacks him. But he jumps away. Pretty good at dodging this dwarf. The dwarf mason fated corpse punches the bow dwarf in the upper left leg. With her left hand, the muscle is bruised through the black tip reef shark leather leggings. They get her on they get it on the ground. Yeah, seems to be getting bashed in the head with silver warhammers, bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull. Got him. Meaning we can pull some levers and pull some levers again. Beating her on the ground, and it dead. Seems like the bow dwarf was able to fire out one arrow. Uh-oh. You know how I said this might cause a loyalty cascade? Looks like it's certainly pissed off a whole bunch of the bards in the fort right now, which is very exciting indeed, because this is a resurrecting biome, and there are necromancers everywhere. So clearly, this character had some friends, which are now all dead on the floor in the tavern. Fighting kind of seems to have stopped, though, so that's good. Corpse appear to be getting hauled. I'm going to claim everything that's in here, and let's see if we can get these bodies removed. Let's see if we can get these bodies removed before they come back to life. Yeah, it kind of seems like when we killed the one spy, 2 human bowmen attacked us. Oh, they came back. Saw zombies for a second, and now I see a corpse again. I don't think I lost anybody in any of that. Yeah, we definitely had a spy and some associates in the fort. This was a dark time, and then we killed it a second time because there was then this guy, a zombie in here briefly, who's now mangled. He's no longer a zombie. Oh no, oh, okay, never mind. That's fine. Now we're cleaning up all the blood. Good for you, dwarves. Bunch of dwarves are in hospital, though, including some of our guests. That's a damn shame. Elf Poet appears to be very upset. Hold on a second. What do you dream of? Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. You know, me too, dwarf. Or elf. All right, let's jump up here. Pull this lever. Dump this. I'm going to make a rather large farm plot right here. We are slowly dumping items one thing at a time. Now stay dead or I'll kill you again, pretty much, yeah. Too bad it'll need to be done more than once. Actually, I think we mangled the first one. Yeah, so he ain't coming back. We did also get some fancy clothing and rings out of it, too. I will say that could have gone far worse. I think that went rather smoothly. Pilot, it's been a little bit since I've actually seen you. How have you been past week, aside from, like, obviously being exhausted? Hopefully work's been decent. Getting more blood cleaned up. Another human bard's visiting. Yeah, huh? Sus fucker. Although I will mention something that I think is kind of funny. So earlier today when I was streaming, one of my teammates, Jess, she got her wisdom teeth removed recently. And so she's on meds, can't talk properly. And it's just like, you know, in that kind of crappy kind of mode of, I just got my wisdom teeth removed and life sucks. But what's kind of funny is we convinced her, we're just like, yo, just like do a muted stream. Because she needs to stream, right? And we're just like, oh, just do a stream while muted. And just like kind of have a TLDR command or something. I was okay, so she decides to do it. And what's kind of funny, whoop. The animal dissector Muthcat has revealed the process of the glow of gulls to the human crossbowman. What? The glow of gills to the human crossbowman. What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Anyway, she did a muted stream where she didn't talk the entirety of the time and just used text-to-speech, and it was one of her most successful streams she's had in a while. Which is kind of sad, but also kind of incredible. Yes, but what's the presence of the glow of gills? Oh, actually, I wonder if the glow of gills is like a group or an evil... Actually, hold on. Do I have an artifact called the glow of gills? Ah. It's that tree spore earring. But I didn't make it. So somebody is holding a artifact here. Is what that means. So who told who? Muthcat. Who's Muthcat? Oh no! The dwarf's left hand is undead. Oh no. I think we need to take that dwarf to an interrogation room. I think we do, yeah. So, just to make my life easy, Russ is going, the fortress clown and current mayor, is going to be our captain of the guard. Actually, you know what? No, let's not give it to you. Let's give it to Huxley, my manager. Huxley. Because it does fit Huxley. Huxley, after all, dreams of raising a family and is impervious to the effects of stress and has no confidence at all in his talents and abilities, and will always act with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He'll be a very good captain of the guard. We're also going to build just a bunch of chains. Question is where? You know, honestly, I think our prison should be down. Are they one of ours? They might be. Game's paused, though, so. I literally only... Okay, silver chain. I know I can make those. Let's make 50. Silver chains. This can be our prison. That'll be totally fine. Muthcat. It is one of ours, yeah. Currently carrying a tooth. But there are no criminals, so I can't interrogate people when there are no criminals. Somebody want to do me a favor, guys, and tantrums so that we can... I have criminals. Also, just checking stuff. Put a container into here because this is my hospital. I've got a bunch of dwarves in the hospital. Okay. Need to make you a dining room. You know, it's bad enough that we have an evil biome stuff going on. We really have to have villainous machinations with it. I guess so. Happy Halloween, everybody. Let's just cancel all the smoothing. Really want other things to get done right now. Just trying to figure out where I'm going to put Huxley's office. I think this would be a good spot for the captain of the guard. In here. This will be Captain of the Guard's new office. As for manager, the manager duties are going to be relinquished from DJ Huxley and instead given to Udil. Sure, you're an adequate organizer. Udil, you can have Huxley's old chair. Oh, somebody's corpse is causing us problems. Probably won't cause us problems much longer. Looks like we've got wound dressings going on now, which is good. Thank you very much for the raid. How's the Extra Life stuff going this year? I haven't had the opportunity to say hi to you because I feel like you end before I do every time. So, but I hope that the Extra Life stuff that you've been doing is going well. If you don't mind, you can drop the link in the chat. Friend of the channel does Extra Life streams at Dwarf Fortress every October. Well, thank you much for the raid. Cheers. We are dealing with Halloweeny nutso stuff, and we also have some spooky, villainous intentions going on in the fort currently. We just had to kill a bunch of our visitors who, well, let's just say they said that they were going to get away with it too if it wasn't for them meddling dwarfs. Fortunately, they didn't. Well, chat, go give that person a follow and check out their streams when they're on, because they're on daily, and I'm not on daily. So 2 days from now, you can go watch them. But for anybody who's watching my stream, I don't normally stream as late as I'm going to be streaming tonight, but I had to turn the stream off earlier today because currently where I live here in Vancouver, we were #1 for the worst air quality in the world. Currently, however, fortunately for me, unfortunately for Seattle, it's now Seattle because there is forest fires going on. Although our air quality is getting worse again. We're back up to #18 worst air quality in the world. Because of forest fires. So, just like, you know, breathing was harder earlier today, so I ended stream very early in the day, and then, like, now I'm back. Bad air quality sucks. It really does. Like, when you walk outside and you're like, why do I feel like I just smoked 850 cigarettes in the last 30 seconds? And you're like, and then you want to die. It's basically like how I felt earlier today. So, you know, that's what we're doing. So now we're just playing this very spooky Halloween haunted fort. People, if anybody would like a dwarf, just let me know. And that's basically that. Do need some more dedicated farmers, though. Seems like we got 2 depressed military dwarves now. Want to practice craft. Weird. Despair when caught in freakish weather. I'm thinking that my military squads might be the first thing we turn into zombies. I really should start working on that. Zombie conversion chamber. That's really something we got to do. Just let them become legendary soldiers and then drown them. I mean, immortalize them. These are just going to be dorms down here. Oh no, a turkey gobbler skin came back to life. Bah, whatever shall we do? Quick, step on it. Literally. How you doing, by the way, Neil? How's things, man? You forgot the brains bit, but yes. It's more like gobble, 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 gobble. Brains, gobble, 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 gobble. A milestone on the tubes. I want to make a joke out of that, but I'm like losing how to do that. What milestone did you hit? The milestone I've hit on YouTube is that people are actually starting to come over to Twitch from YouTube and say hi and say that I've been watching your stuff for a while, which I guess means that I've officially been uploading to YouTube for a while in a capacity that people actually watch. And Athros, did you guys... Okay, I just learned something. Did you guys know that intelligent undead can make artifacts? That's kind of interesting. The intelligent undead, Athros, the fated corpse, is in a strange mood. 10k subs? Fuck yeah. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Neil hitting 10k subs on the YouTube channel? I hit 12k relatively recently, which I feel very proud about. Proud about? Right, this down here is going to be a dormitory assigned to the Safety of Ales, which is our tavern. So claims a mason's workshop. That was a while ago, though. Yeah. Can you remember what was the first video of mine that you watched, Stone? Today in DF videos, you're pretty certain? Fair. I kind of miss making those, but at the same time, I have no idea what I would do if I were to make another one. But yeah, that's fascinating. That undead dwarves can make artifacts. I had no idea. More you know, I suppose. Let's put a door there. Was the guest explosions in RCT2? That's a deep cut. The exploding guests. Yeah, that was a very, very, very deep cut. You're very curious about OpenRCT at the time? You know, to be honest, I still kind of am. Curious about what they've been working on. What kind of improvements they've made recently. Let's make a few extra Craftsdorf shops, because currently I just have the one. If I make a few extras, I could make some actual rock crafts and bracelets and stuff for them. Huxley now has a new office. And a new dining room. We're going to engrave some spots on these walls. Not these floors, though. Not those walls. Not that wall. You heard there are rail crossings now? Well, that's cool. Glad they're still working at that thing. Chipping away at it. More tables coming in. It's always fascinating for me to find out how people found me, to be honest. Bookkeeper? All right. Let's see. Well, at least you're functional now. I just need a weapon rack and an armor stand for you. I think I'm also going to just start placing chains in here. Maybe not that one. Don't know if we're even going to get crimes reported. Yeah, no, they're not going to get... anything reported just yet. We'll need another actual crime to happen before they'll be able to start reporting stuff. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress news vids are the common one where people find me. It's the thing where people are actually like, hey, man, I found your work here. It's always kind of cool. You know, I keep on having like a very slight ping of stress right now where it's just like, man, am I sick? No, it's definitely just the air quality. Like I've literally got a sore throat. From the air outside. Oh, by the way, I learned something. The last DF News post teased something, which was they're going to be doing... Athros has begun a mysterious construction. Teased the fact that Kit Fox's community manager is going to be streaming Learning Dwarf Fortress Premium. Two things that I've learned about those since then. Thing number one, not happening this month. Probably next month. Second thing is they're going to try and get me on those streams. So... You might get to see me on a Fox stream, which might be weird. 3 pieces of granite, 1 piece of silver bars, 1 rough Gaussianites, Kit Fox Cave Spider Silk, and llama leather. Chat, say goodnight to Pilot Guy. Damn it, he needs it. Go to bed, Pilot Guy. Appreciate you for sticking around as long as you did today. And this Used by justice. I got 4 chains to be used by justice. And I'm going to put fortifications there so that they can see through. It's sort of like, you know, bars and whatnot. Also, something worth noting, it's kind of games industry-wise. I'm starting to wonder how much... Oh, that's a Chrono Corpse. How much longer is IGN going to exist for? Because, like, Fanbyte just got, like, obliterated, right? And how in the world is something like IGN paying the bills? Like, I know how much a YouTube channel pays, and I have a pretty good idea of how much one can make off of ad revenue. How the hell does IGN still exist? Like, genuine question. How in the world does IGN still exist? I almost feel bad saying that, but, like, how does IGN still exist? How are they even remotely profitable still? Considering, like, they lost their chief editor, and they haven't replaced him yet. And it's been, like, 6 months. Like, their chief editor left not long ago, and they still haven't replaced him. Really makes me wonder. And I'm, like, starting to feel like, I think a large portion of, especially with, like, G4 getting shut down again. I'm really starting to think that a lot of traditional media for video games might just be gone in a couple of years. We're kind of cringe. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's not what traditional media is good at, though. Traditional media was really good at writing text reviews, and that's not something people go after, like, watch or even pay attention to anymore. Alpaca Skin was fighting, eh? Well, we can get rid of that. Let's make rock pots and rock ring 30, rock crown 30, rock bracelet 30. I'm just thinking out loud because I'm just looking for something to talk about mostly, but it's just like the few remaining stalwarts have all, like, seemingly gone to Patreon in the past year. Or just, like, other crowdfunding formats. Or just, like, swapped to streaming on Twitch. The sites that do still exist are basically just, like, expensive Twitch channels. Like, Giant Bomb largely is just, like, an expensive YouTube channel that's self-hosted, right? With its own subscriber base. That's all it really is. And, like, a lot of the few remaining sites are basically just that now anyway. I might need to refill my water in a moment. All right, let's jump back up to the surface and see did that. Yes, it did. Okay, so you're just going to be, well, I guess nothing. Pigtails, plump helmets. So plump helmets and then pigtails rest of the time. The zombie, undead, Athros, dwarf mason, faded corpse has created Cairo Serul, a granite quern, and she claims it as an heirloom. There you are. 46,800 is the value. This is a granite quern. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons in silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of giant cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of granite and llama leather. On the item is an image of gloss crested, the heavens of virginity, a granite figurine of Erol in granite. On the item is an image of an 8-sided long 8-sided prism in goshenite. This game looks different, or are you losing it? I'm using a different tile set. Same colors, different tile set for this fortress. The Halloween series I'm doing, I'm using a much more ASCII. Because I wanted to play some more ASCII stuff, and I do have some people pestering me. They're like, hey, could you, do you hate ASCII? Or do you hate tile sets? I'm just here to prove that not all tile sets, look like vanilla, but some really look like vanilla, and this is much more vanilla looking. Also, thanks for lurking, Armor. Appreciate you. Whoa! The glow of gills is sought by Arab moral fated, and I am here to return it home. My epic journey began a month ago. Oh, that's not very epic. I've searched nearly the whole world over, and I can only rest when I've brought my prize to an unknown building in plant plagues. Plant plagues, eh? Oh, no, plant plunges, not plagues. Plunges, plant plunges. Play your role in this noble quest and become legendary. I've never actually seen that dialogue before. Play your role in this noble quest and become... Okay, so Zotho Ponokupek. We will gladly do as you ask and strengthen our bonds of friendship. Give up this childish errand, and we do not part with our treasures lightly. Who made the glow of gills? I'm not sure who made it, but it was made by somebody in this fort. It was one of those like, oh, it's just a ring? Okay. I mean, it is just a shitty wooden ring. But they're a human. It's a human that is demanding it. Oh. You know, there's part of me that's just tempted to give it to them. What do you think, chat? Press 1 if you want me to give it to them. Or press A if you want me to give them. Press B if you want me to tell them to give up this childish errand and arrest the guy. What do we think? Quevinair says A. What do you think, chat? A? A? Wow, you guys want me to give it to him? Wow, okay. Give him our artifact? What? Damn. Chat's overwhelmingly A. All right. It seems you're outvoted. I mean, I was definitely on B side, but that says A. We'll give it to him. Well, the human, Zotho, warrior. Where are you from? The Bright Empire is where they're from. Not even sure who that is. Guy will end up getting a splinter from it and an infection on its way home. Yeah. I'm going to wait until he grabs it. I'm not sure where it is. But, it's a spore tree earring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with spore tree and nether cap and tunnel tube, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of iron. Very simple little artifact. It was one of the first artifacts made in the fort. Damn right, Wade Master. I think he grabbed it. Nope, not yet. I'm not even sure where in the fort it is. Oh, there he is. Got it now. Yep. Well, I mean, it's not a human artifact. It's definitely a dwarfy-made artifact. Where are you going? They just want the artifact. Some collector wants it. Doesn't have to be made by your people for you to want it. Where are you going? Stuck his penis in it. I mean, maybe, sorry. Where are you going? Some weird pathing. Here, I thought he was just going to leave the fort, but turns out no. He was a trick-or-treater. Maybe Clinto. Well, basically, like, there are collectors that become in the, like, Dwarf Fortress world that just want to collect items. Sort of like the collector in, what's it called? The MCU, you know? Like, there's that one character that just wants to collect artifacts. Like, that's all it really is. They just want to collect artifacts. Alpaca mangled wool. Yes, I do in fact mean the collector. That's all that this is. Glorified thieves, yes. The thing that I'm confused about is why isn't he leaving? Just like walking back and forth in my fort now. Oh, there's an undead dwarf there. It belongs in a museum? Yes. It belongs in a museum in my country, not yours. Belongs in my country. Because I'm definitely not a thief. I am a collector. I could, yes, but that would also start a war. Also, any dwarf that was friends with him may side with him if I killed him. And because we agreed to give it to him, we're going to give it to him. Chat stated that we should give it to him. You did too. I'm well aware that that's an option, but we're going to give it to him. We're going to give it to him. Otherwise, I would have killed him and then invaded him. Like, literally, that was my thinking. I was like, well, if chat says we'll give it to him, we'll give it to them. We'll be amicable. If they ask for another one, then we have to start stabbing them to death. I mean, this fortress is going to be evil, but we're not that evil yet. I haven't started drowning my own dwarves just yet. Speaking of, start prepping for that. Let's just do a single upstairs. Actually, no, let's do a single upstairs over here. Yes, no, absolutely. Turn. Absolutely. Plump Helmetman, no! Rest in peace, Plump Helmetman. Yeah, I also love that too. I've been on an epic quest for a whole month. Oh my god, a whole month. Gosh, next you're going to be wanting a living wage. What kind of ridiculous statement is that? Gonna go to bed? I mean, it is 1:40 in the morning, so that's perfectly legitimate. You have a good night. Sleep well, spasticity. And we're gonna do an upstairs there. Downstairs. Also, is this even like... No, it's not. Okay. All right, well, I should be able to dig up to here. This is going to take a little bit of doing, but we're going to basically be building a room that allows me to kill things and then resurrect things. I also need to start cutting gems. We have emeralds. Those will make nice, pretty gem windows. But we're going to... Uh-oh. Actually, I do, in fact, have gems. Let's also cut onyx opals, quartz. But this is going to take a little bit of doing, so. Also going to need a little room right there. A tiny little door right there. It's going to be a small room, in fact. Hey, yo. What's up, dude? I think I can double up this. Oh, that's beneath the... I was gonna say, that seems like odd. There we go. Okay, so you right there. More than enough water? Also gonna need a drain. Not too much. How is everything? Things are pretty good. Getting by. Making a drowning chamber for zombies. Apparently I'm out of beer, which is a problem. Gotta fix this problem. Also gonna need to make a little thingy right there. We're gonna need to bring some zombies up here and cage them up. Put them behind fortifications. Fortunately, I do have several caged zombies which are spooky and evil, so thumbs up. More entertainers wish to entertain. When are you not? RSG. Did you know that America is #1 in the world for something right now? America currently holds the castle for the most polluted city in the world. And it's Seattle. Portland's in second. Nah, Canada's got better weed. Sorry, man. Got another petition? My God. It's a busy fortress. Grand Central Station, even. Still none of that. It's been queued up. Okay, sweet. Dwarves are in fact brewing drinks. But aside from being extremely stoned, what's up? What brings you here on this fine evening, RSG? PC Building Sim 2. I very much look at that game and I go, why does this exist? It's honestly how I feel about it. Entertain another round of entertaining citizens and visitors. Yeah, makes sense, Sarn. It's like, wow, you fixed 7 computers. Feels like car mechanic sim. Yeah, I don't know. I look at, you know what's a game that like I would get into if I wanted to get into like a building sim? Because this thing actually looks kind of rad. Is this thing? Arcade Paradise. It's another one of those like, yo, it's you manage a business and it's a first person, except like the business you manage is an arcade, right? And the people that go to the arcade brag about getting better scores than you in all the games. And part of the way you earn money is by beating people's scores so that they come back to beat your score again. Which is kind of super neat. And there's also like a laundromat management game in there as well. Honestly, that's probably the one I would get into if I were to get into one of those games. I've seen a few different streams of it recently. It seems real neat. Blind cave ogres are putting on a valiant effort against all of the bug bat corpses in the basement. I'll be honest, one of the reasons I don't play haunted biomes very frequently, they lag. So many zombies, constant fighting. Everything's mutilated and then coming back to life, and there's just like heads trying to crawl around on their, like, I don't know. The coin game? I remember that coin game. That was an old one. But yeah, I'll be honest. Most of those games, like Gas Station Sim and all that shit, it's like, yeah, I know people like those things, but like, no, they interest me. Was mindless fun of clicking through minigames? Totally. But like I want those minigames to actually feel like a video game instead of minigames. And every single time I played one of those games, it's like, oh, this is just mindless minigames. Although I will say, Brewmaster, the beer brewing simulator, seems awesome. That is one that like it's actually on my wish list. This thing seems kind of rad. And like I love that the most visually beautiful part of the game is the beer itself and the descriptions of the beer. That one seems neat. I've never seen a single second of Bob's. I've heard people talk about Bob's Burgers. Never even witnessed a single second of that show, so I wouldn't know a Bob's Burgers thing if it was put in front of me. Gonna slowly replace this whole thing with granite. Not that this will take us very long, though. Well, I mean, it is called the Beer Brewing Simulator, but it's pretty, like, clearly stated that it's focused on beer. Otherwise, it would be called Brewmaster, the cider, beer, and other brewing things simulator. You'd think. Okay. More valiant effort. All right. Let's work on more of this. We're going to do the edges first, and then we'll work on other stuff. I don't really care if I use boulders. I'd rather use blocks, but... You love The Sims until you have it all, and then you make a board? You mean, like... You don't mean, like, the game The Sims. You just like simmy games? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like... those games are popular for a reason, right? Like, they're people like them because they're good. Oh, fair. You know, I've never actually used any of those Steam library sharing features. It's like, I know that they're quite expansive and they exist and people really like them, but like, I've never actually used them. To the point where it's like, oh man, right, yeah, that feature exists. Like, whenever people remind me, it's like, oh yeah, you know that you can like share your Steam library with people. It's like, really? I always forget that. Because like, I've never had anybody that I've done that with. Use slate blocks for this side. Granite for the walls. Fortifications and windows. So I don't accidentally flood my fort by doing this. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I've lived with multiple people for years in different points in my life. And I've never done that with anybody. It's like, it's not a matter of trust. It's just not something that ever came up. Like, back when I lived with my ex, if she ever asked, I absolutely would have let her use it. Back the brief period of time I lived with one of my sisters, I totally would have done that too. It's like, it's just never come up. Everybody just buys their own games in every single household I've ever lived in. Or they just, you know, get them from the Swedish Public Library, whatever works. All right, we're going to need 2 rock floodgates. 3, actually. Incredible Machine. I played the Incredible Machine at the public library. The actual public library. Never played it, but you remember it? I think that that's a game that a lot of people never played, but they remember. Oops, that's not actually where I want to go. When I hit here, let's just... There's actually a spiritual successor by the same person to Incredible Machine on Steam. Yeah, Contraption Maker. Which has an interesting business model to this day. It gives you a free copy to give to a friend when you buy it. It's also on Steam. Although one of the weirdest, like, classic games spiritual successors I think that exists is Chip's Challenge. As a spiritual successor. Like, there's a pseudo-sequel to Chip's Challenge, which is hilarious to me. Yeah, it's this. Chuck's Challenge. Also, Chip's Challenge 1 and 2 are on Steam. But yeah, there's Chuck's Challenge, and then there's Chuck's Challenge 3D. Which is like the exact same concept. Except with like these weird like aliens. Well, I mean, you know now. There you go. Chip's Challenge 1 and 2 are both on Steam, and so's Chuck's Challenge. Knowing is indeed half the battle, yes. Although, you know, when it comes to a lot of things like Fantastic Contraption and like, or Incredible Machine, not Fantastic Contraption, a lot of those games, is I do genuinely wonder how much of that was like, oh, those games were actually good, and also versus like, oh, those games were just like early physics sandboxes, and there are better physics sandboxes now. It's like, what's it called? Yeah, there's actually, here's another thing. There's this whole series. These games are heavily inspired by Fantastic Contraption, or Incredible Machine and Fantastic Contraption, those old games. But they're like modern games, you know? And like, that's a pretty good deal, I would say. I would say that that's a 90% off deal for that, like $1.40. You want to just like, I don't know, drop some things on balloons and blow some stuff up, and you almost want to play Riven again? I don't know if you do, man. I'm going to do you a favor there and say, I don't know if you almost want to play Riven again. Oh, would you look at that? Empires of Waviness are here to trade. Dora Corpu. I don't know if I have anything to sell them, but except for my precious silver, and frankly, I don't know if I want to sell them my precious silver. I never really enjoyed the style of puzzles that the Myst games had, but I also never really got good enough to ever really finish them, so. It's like, while I can say that genuinely and mean it, it's like I also don't know how legitimate of an opinion that is. That there is a lot of miasma. Okay, pigtails are planted. Well, I mean, the various Myst games were like under $1 a couple of times. Although I gotta say, if I were to ever play Myst again, I would never play Myst again. I would play real Myst. I would at the very least play real Myst. Because, like, Myst doesn't want you to play Myst. Point and click and actually kind of scary. There's some pretty spooky indie point and clicks out there now. You got to do one of the new remasters / remakes. I mean, there's as many remasters of Myst as most of us are old. Hey! Russ Money the Clown has been reelected. Good to have you back, Russ. To mandate more crafts and bracelets. It's going to take them a little bit to dig that out. Also need to look up who the god of death happens to be. Okay, let's actually just increase the... Oh, wait, I see the problem here. Knew it. Let's do those. 2 slate blocks. They've been working on several. I mean, like, Cyan Worlds, or whatever they're called. It is Cyan Worlds, isn't it? Yeah, Cyan Worlds. I mean, they put out Myst VR in 2021. Why is their new stuff like not included up here? What? They like changed their company name? What? I don't know. They've released other games recently. So, I don't know. I mean, those two guys are still out there, still making other games. Still at it. But I don't know. I've never been a particularly big fan of Cyan. There's some friends of the channel that are huge fans of Cyan Worlds. I've always been much more of a fan of like Jonathan Blow's kind of puzzle design. I think like the last big puzzle game that I genuinely enjoyed was The Witness. As much as like that game gets made fun of, a lot of those puzzles were genuinely very enjoyable to learn. Although I never liked the end game stuff of the Witness. Abduction, that was the name of the game that I was thinking of. Why did they put it up under a different publisher name? Oh, it's just Cyan Inc. instead of Cyan Worlds. Okay. Man, Abduction, not very well liked. Shit. 50% positive recent reviews. Damn, that's... I like how the negative reviews at a quick glance are all just like... All of the reviews at a quick glance are complaining about the story. It's like, aren't you supposed to be there for the puzzles? Firmament. Yeah, I remember the... now that you mentioned the name of it, I remember the Kickstarter for that. It's the Neverhood sequel? I don't even know what Neverhood is. But you need food, you will be back, Patolus. Just don't mine it out of the dirt, because it'll need to be cleaned. With Bible-sized lore, that sounds obnoxiously nightmarish. Speaking of obnoxious, Magma Crab has given birth to twins. Constructed a rock floodgate. Fantastic. We can just get rid of that. I like Bible-sized lore, but only when it's randomly generated every time. You know, it's kind of funny. There's lots of, like, types of games that I enjoy where people hear that I enjoy them, and they're like, how the fuck could you enjoy that? You know, like, things like Caves of Cud and stuff like that, where it's just, like, absolute, like, atrocities when it comes to, like, wasting your time and not giving a shit about the player and all that kind of stuff. And then I'm like, puzzle games? Nah. Reading? Nah. But I'll play a game that takes you 200 hours just to, like, kind of get to grips with the basic mechanics of it. It's got some cult following. Yeah, sure. I mean, so does Dwarf Fortress. Got some cult following. Let's just increase the priority of this. There they go. Trying to drum up games from your past. Your dad worked for IBM and he had this game called Power. My capybara is fighting with a human maceman. Good luck. This was a game that I enjoyed as a little kid. Draken Order of the Flame. It was kind of like, imagine Tomb Raider, but then in the latter half of the game, you get a dragon that you can fly around on. With full 6 degrees of freedom. And just, like, shoot fireballs at things. It's kind of neat. It also had, like, decapitation, which wasn't super common at the time. Fucking loved that game. Not even sure, like, why it ended up in this big old booklet of CDs that my dad had, but I think I 100%ed that game. Played it on the hardest difficulty, beat it. I actually watched some, like, there's 1 or 2 retrospective reviews of that game. And it's like, it all comes down to, it's like, yeah, it's kind of shit. But, like, when it's cool, it's really fucking cool, and there's some really fucking cool sequences in that game. It's like, I'm, like, there's nothing better than just being, like, a hot lady with a sword and dragon. Who doesn't want that in a fantasy video game? The writing was atrocious, the cutscenes were bad, the game was kind of buggy, it didn't play very well, but, like, man, when it worked, it was cool. Adventures of Melvin Freebush? I don't even know what that is. Trying to think. Other random games from my childhood. Stray cat has given birth to kittens. Adorable. We'll make them into soup. Oh, shit. Sorry, this is a neat little check mark. This is new for Steam. Include items that are in my library. Huh. That's actually kind of fascinating. Neat. I didn't... You can do that on Steam now. You know what? I actually played Quake 2 recently because I just got an RTX-capable graphics card, and I was like, what's something that's free that has RTX compatibility? And I just kind of went like, through Steam, and I was like, Quake 2, cool. Because Quake 2 has an RTX thing. And you know what I have to say about Quake 2? Quake 2 is kind of shit. Like, that campaign sucks. At least the first chapter does, which is all that's free. Turn-based dungeon crawler and a lot of fun. Deep cut from my childhood. I played a game called Dungeons of Doom, which is actually, I think on the Internet Archive now. Yeah, it came out in 1987. And looked like... Uh-oh. Looked like this. This is one of the first roguelikes I ever played. You had, like, many different little sprites. And I remember this game because it scared the crap out of me, because if you eat too much food, you die because your stomach explodes. But yeah, you can give her a download. Want to try it? Good luck getting it to run. Guess you'd need to find an emulator or something. It was one of the first games I ever played, because my first computer was a ancient little black and white Macintosh. This human has been locked in eternal combat with this capybara, with these undead capybaras, for quite some time. To the point where I'm almost thinking maybe we should go help him. He's surrounded, like, this human's just surrounded by 4 undead capybaras. You know what? Screw it. Let's go give him some help. Go get him. Get him, boys. Go help this poor human maceman who's just on the ground, getting bit repeatedly. She's lost some teeth. There's a lot of teeth, actually. Very bruised. I guess they're all just, like, nuzzling him. I mean, like, what can capybaras do? Scratching, apparently. They're scratching him in the head repeatedly. We're sending in the rescue squad to go murder this capybara. You know, I didn't play many of those games until, like, eons after they were out, and I've been playing a little bit of Return to Monkey Island off-stream, and I never really found those games particularly funny. I don't find this game to be particularly funny. So I never found the Monkey Island games to be funny, but I've always found them to be very clever. And I do make that distinction. It's like, Monkey Island is very clever, but I'm not going to say that Monkey Island is funny. Although, when it comes to classic games, I got to show some love to Thief, which I started replaying yesterday, and I've got to be honest, Thief 2 is still a very good game. You volunteered for a charity thrift store for a while, and I sorted through their CDs and shit, and set aside some games I'd buy, and manager kept them in their office, and of course, they get fucking robbed. Most of the games were stolen. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. That blows. Never actually played a Sam & Max game. I played a little bit of Day of the Tentacle at a friend's house once and never finished it. Well, we're no longer #1 in the world for the worst air quality. That's now Seattle. Air quality's gotten better, Tygo, but it's not that much better. I spent the afternoon trying to ventilate my apartment and then took a nap and took a bunch of Advil so that made the headaches go away. Slightly more functional now, but still not perfect. I'm working on a zombification chamber. So, you know, usual stuff. Good morning, I assume? I'm actually not sure what time it is where you are. Actually, it's 10 o'clock. I need to give myself an injection soon. Yeah, I guess it's 8 a.m. where you are. Well, good morning. He needs architecture. I learned something this morning. Zombies can make artifacts. So, you know, that's what I learned this morning. Apparently we're all out of pigtail seeds, which is a little odd. Worry bushes. Worry bushes, dimple cups. Oh, I don't want to brew those. Yeah, no. Intelligent undead can have strange moods. Yeah. Because Athros, one of my intelligent undead dwarves, made an artifact. Alright, sweet. We need more farmers. We're raising a family. You can join the military. In terms of crafting a great work of art, you can also join the military. Immediately becomes an axe dwarf. In terms of raising a family, you're a soap maker. Skilled ambusher, you can definitely join the military. But yeah, no, we got a very generous raid from Russ earlier, so. We had some fun where some people tried to steal an artifact and then some other people asked for it, and so we gave it to them. We're friends with them for now. But we'll remember that. But yeah. Been streaming for about 4 hours of this second evening session. It's been pretty good. Got a very, very generous raid from Russ. And also generous raids from Neridan, so chilling. Before that, it was a little quiet, but, you know, no complaints, I gotta say. Yeah. Although I will say, it is kind of, like, hot as hell in here because I've had my window closed all day now. It's like 28 degrees Celsius in my apartment, probably, because my neighbors still, even at this fucking time of year, have their heat on. Kind of drives me nuts. I'm being honest. Curious if you'll catch me after my uni lecture. Depends on how active chat stays, honestly. Because I did nap today. because I didn't sleep at all last night. I mean, it's currently, what, 10:15? I haven't eaten dinner yet, but I had a very late lunch. I ate dinner at, like, my normal... Or I ate lunch at my normal dinner time. I don't know. Like I say, it really depends on how active chat stays. I don't know how much more dwarves I'm gonna stream today. Probably maybe another hour of Dwarf Fort, I would guess. Although I should probably just go pull my insulin out of the fridge. I don't even think I'm gonna need this much water. I'm certainly not gonna need this much drainage. I just like making this much drainage. What time's your uni lecture done? Because I kind of want to stream some Path of Acra, because that game's neat. But I don't know if I'll have active enough chat for that. I also want to play some more Thief. But, like, again, I'm not certain if I will have an active enough chat for that. Wait, we're processing plants. I'm assuming that's a pigtail? Yep. Or it's a little laggy because there's like 200-something undead underground. And there's like nothing I'm going to be able to do about that. I'm going to have to like dump lava into the cavern layers or something. Chat, if you're lurking, could I get a round of beers? I'm just going to take a real quick leak and give myself an injection. I'll be back in a moment. All right, I return. It ends in 2 hours and 25 minutes. You'll be here for an hour until it starts? No, I mean, yeah, maybe. That doesn't seem that long. I miss. An alligator? I'm sorry, there's an alligator on the surface? Why is there an Oh, zombie alligator. Of course. Well, that's good. Alligator zombie. Okay. Keep working on this. But yeah, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me too much if I was still on then. My sleep schedule is going to be kind of fucked because, like, I was, I napped from, like 1 p.m. until, like, 5-ish. So I got about 4.5 to 5 hours of sleep in the middle of the day. And attend the first lecture, at least. I mean, probably not the worst thing to do. Also, thanks for the round of beers, Chad. It's nice to know how many people are lurking. Hey, Wave Thrash. Hope you've been well. Injections fucking hurt this evening, though. It's no fun. All right. Floodgate, floodgate, floodgate. Okay, so you. Middle one will be floodgates. Actually, no. So middle one will be water whoosh. Floodgate fill. Water drain. Then I need another one, which will be zombie spook. And then I'll need a separate one to release the zombies, but. And also I need to not put stuff right there because on the other side of that, that's going to be a fortification wall with a bridge in front of it. Investments are open, chat. Also, I stuck my head outside just now, and the air smells a lot clearer. I mean, we're like 40% cleaner air than we were earlier today, so that's pretty fucking good. Because we were at 226 AQI, now we're at 126, which is pretty good, considering we're supposed to be at 0. Still not pleasant, but very least it's not like spontaneous headache and feeling like death. I guess that's an improvement. Gotta get to bed. Good night, RSG. Snooze well, dude. I read that as bunker, and I was like, why would you want to be a bunker? Wouldn't you want to be in a bunker? Confused me for a second. CW, that's what I need. Oh, cage. Dwarf zombie. Dwarf zombie. Dwarf zombie. Sure, but like that's not a useful recommendation for right now. And they're expensive enough that no, I won't. I don't know where you live that they're not that expensive, but a couple $100 is no, I'm good. Unless you mean like N95 masks, which last year I had a bunch. This year no. I do have disposable paint masks, but I'm not gonna stream with those on. Is that very much muffles your voice and makes talking harder, and it's not easy to talk with one of those in my face? And like I might as well just not stream. So I don't really want your recommendations on how to deal with this with the forest fires. Thanks. I appreciate all the tips, but as I told Chad earlier, it's not actually helpful. It's just kind of annoying. I wear my masks when I go outside, but it's not really viable for streaming. Yep. Pretty much. H2O. Pretty much. Going to sleep now. You have a good night, Monster. Thanks for the follow earlier. Floodgate Phil. Alright, so Floodgate. You hook up to that one. It's the Phil Floodgate. Okay. We're going to name it Phil. Water Whoosh. Hook up to that. And that one. And the drain bridge not done yet. Because they're waiting on architecture for some reason. Just need more dwarves with architecture. I need to get back into the habit of just giving every single dwarf architecture, because I don't really care if they're, like, not the highest quality. How much cloth are we up to now? Holy shit. Pretty sure most of these aren't mine. It's just that is. I'm gonna sell them a bunch of clothing in exchange for cloth. Yeah, no totaling. Oh, never mind. They literally just left. Which is fine. But unfortunately, I think that you're onto something with that. There you go. It just kind of sucks. One of these days, that country will learn that smoking is bad, yeah? My phone going off repeatedly. What the hell? Why did... Okay. I got all of my Twitter notifications for the entirety of the day all at once. Just now. Fuck. Alright, so we got plenty of zombies right there. Which means I can now make these fortifications... actually, no, I can't. I need to make a lever right now, which I'll call... Zombie Spook. Ah. Okay. So we've got a raven head, some dwarves, mostly dwarves. And what's going to happen is they're all going to be in there and they're going to be behind a fortification. There's going to be a drawbridge in front of that fortification. I'm gonna have a necromancer in this room, right? I'm gonna tell a bunch of dwarves to stand in here. These are gonna be fortified, so I can actually turn these into fortifications right now. In front of them are going to be gem glass windows. These doors are gonna be locked. And then the gem glass windows will go all the way in front. I'm going to drop down the drawbridge on that side and scare a necromancer. That's going to be locked in this room. And then I'm going to make that necromancer or some other dwarf pull a lever that's going to drown all the dwarves in that room. So optimally, spooked necromancer reses drowning dwarves as they drown. And then we have completely unaltered functional dwarves. Also, that are intelligent undead. Also, if you guys could say goodnight to Monster, that would be cool. Be polite, chat room, even though we probably missed him. We're cutting emeralds, which also means we can start working on this. That's all that we got so far. I don't know how that's related to forest fires, but okay. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. I meant to do that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But we're fucked as far as climate change goes. And that's just my take. I don't think that oil execs realizing that they're fucking the planet is going to suddenly fix the forest fires problem. The forest fires problem is here to stay because of how much we fucked the planet already. And that problem is not going to unfuck itself in our lifetime, regardless of if oil execs come to, like, some semblance of sanity in the next couple of years. They would have had to come to some semblance of sanity 2 decades ago. So we're fucked. Means I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest with you. I'm exceptionally pessimistic when it comes to this subject. Especially as somebody who lives in this shit once a year. Fuckers are ruining my home. Well, I attached that to the inside, which is where they're all locked. You can leave, Dwarf. Really, 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 really wish that I had more metals. What kind of bars do I even have right now? 1 bismuth, bronze, and 1 gold. Is there anything I can melt? I don't even know where those are. Oh. So you know that, you know, it's a little ironic. Chat room? You know the human that demanded that I give them an artifact? Didn't make it off the map. They didn't even make it off the map. They became a zombie. That's kind of funny. Not gonna lie, that's kind of very funny, actually. I was kind of hoping that would happen. They also didn't even make it off the map with the artifact. Artifact made it off the map. Dwarf made it off the map. Oh, also worth noting, chat. The, wow. The more active the, you're just gonna get caught in a cage. Yeah, there you go. Wasn't even able to kill you. All right. The more active the chat this evening, the more interesting the conversations, the longer the stream's gonna go. Just saying. Because we have been kind of lurky the last 10 minutes. Like, I can see 15 minutes worth of chat in one screen. So, you know, just saying. I know it's late in the day, and I know, like, a lot of the normal talky crowds are not here. But the more active the chat, the later the stream will go at this point. Because I don't normally go this late. I think so. Tygo. It is, in fact, an amazing game. Very, very, very well-made game. Literally talk anything within reason. I don't care what you talk about. I just want an active chat. As long as chat's active, we're winning. Oh, that's... Okay, that explains a lot. I'm sitting here like going, why in the world did I suddenly get a bunch of Twitter followers? Apparently, porn bots on Twitter are going hamsters again. Cool. You could talk to us about forbidden numbers for 2 hours and nobody would pay any attention. Or at least I wouldn't. I would just be like, yep, Because I barely finished high school math. Let alone fucking actual math. Well, I mean, you're not on Twitter right now. Feel huge. That's a good number. It's pretty nice to be specific. Dwarf's working on that. Windows. I want them to be multiple colors. Yay, more emeralds. Although, my little sister's husband used to have an alarm clock that would go off until he solved a very complicated math problem. Or at least it looked complicated to me the one time I looked at it. Which means probably not that complicated, but like, it was definitely like complicated enough that it was like, you have to solve this annoying math problem to like actually turn your alarm off. Which to me seems like the worst thing you could possibly do to yourself. Like, that just seems like almost my nightmare. That alarm clock would make it a single morning before it gets smashed. What, it just asks you some, like, complex algebra problem or something? You can't you can't form coherent words after waking up hard pass. No, I agree. Like, I'm very much same situation. Wait, mechanisms. All right, let's lock this door. Might as well fill the thing. Dwarf should come booking it up here. Get this thing going. Do all of these have... None of those have. Cage, J. Lowercase j. I just have a very normal, like, cell phone beeping ringtone that just wakes me up. It is very simple. Mine's just like a bell goes off. And then I hit snooze about 3 times with a 5-minute interval. Third time it goes off, I grab one of my blankets and shove it behind my head and force myself to sit up, and then I grab my phone and I check my email, and then I'm awake. I don't have trauma related to literally everything, fortunately. I have plenty of perfectly legitimate trauma, but no issues with alarms. All right, well, that'll take a little bit to fill up. Let it do its thing. What kind of foods have you returned to us with, and did you bring enough for the whole class, Ptolus? Because if you didn't, then shame on you! Whataburger? Yeah, like, I guess that is a burger chain. They have candy? As in, like, Halloween candy? Guess that makes some sense. But no, the Twitter bot's comment just simply explains as to why I suddenly had a bunch of bzzz in my phone earlier, which I did, like, exclaim out loud about. I was like, what the hell? By the way, I've seen this tweet going around. I just want to say I respect the hell out of this grandma. Quality tweet. Salute. Yeah, that's the correct thing to do. You gave up on alarm clocks unless you have an appointment before noon, no matter the time it takes you 1 hour to be functional enough to hold conversations anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. I have some weird sleep disorders, so I generally don't get proper sleep anyway. It's not even something that's worth complaining about at this point. I have to use multiple sleep aids to get even remotely decent sleep. And it's like, well, I mean, it sucks, but is what it is. Kind of get used to it after a while. Not even something worth complaining about anymore, in my opinion. Something I live with. Yeah, for me, it's chronic sleep. According to my doctor, that used to be my doctor, who's no longer my doctor. Chronic sleep paralysis, night terrors, generally chronic, and then I can gain long spats of insomnia due to those. But the fun thing to do with all of my sleep disorders is they're all caused by REM sleep. It's like they only happen if I have REM sleep. So as long as I have THC in my system, I've got no problems. So if I just smoke a little bit of weed right before bed, no problems. Kind of magical. The problem is then I don't get REM sleep, which causes all sorts of other problems, like long-term exhaustion, depression, you know. So it's like this Weird kind of double-edged sword where it's like, yeah, I can be like completely fucked in one way, or I could just be completely fucked in a different way. Yay! It's life, I suppose. Yeah, indeed, wave depletion to Grandma's journey. To Grandma's journey. Grandma's journey sounds like an emotional, sad, like 2-hour-long indie game. I will say this. I will never and don't ever recommend anybody smoke weed. It's a bad habit. It's just as bad as smoking cigarettes. Sleep disorders. Yep. I'm pretty sure Grandpa's Journey's indie. Maybe that's why I was thinking Grandma's Journey sounds like an indie game. Where are these dwarves all becoming sword masters? They all have warhammers. Certainly don't start with edibles. Do not start with edibles. And stay away from, what's the word? Stay far, 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 far away from, non-dry herb vapes. Everybody's just like, yeah, disposable vapes. Don't fucking do it. You don't know what you're putting in yourself. You can only get medical and such. You can get yourself a little vaporizer and some flour, and you're good. Considering you can buy vaporizers from Finland, and Finland doesn't even have legal weed, and they have a fake website that the box links to that claims that it's an aromatherapy device, which is very funny to me. I have one of these. When it decides to load. I have one of these. Tiny Mite 1. They have a Tiny Mite 2 now, which I bought used. And it's like, these are handmade in Finland, right? Weed's not legal in Finland. So they have like a fake website on the box that links to one that like shows them plugging it into like a scent distribution device thing that you put lavender into. It's like very funny. To like trick border security so that they can get shipped out. Falling asleep and waking up later. I don't know. I don't generally have problems keeping a proper sleep cycle. My problem is when I do sleep, it's horrific. Like to the point where like I went to Quebec for a week this past summer, and I just didn't end up buying weed while I was in Quebec because I was just kind of lazy. And like they only have government dispensaries and they're like weirdly expensive. So I just kind of didn't bother when I was in Quebec. And by day 4, it was like, yeah, I started screaming in my sleep. So it's like, I kind of just need to a degree, just have some of that stuff in my system at all times. All right. The drain hooked up. Yes. Okay. So let's hook this up. Let's test. Actually, no, I can't test it. I will flood this room. I mean, you shouldn't. Like, that's wise. Bad habit. It's like anything else. It's like drinking alcohol. It's like you're better off in life if you never drink alcohol. Like, why in the world would you intentionally put toxins in your body? It's like there's no logical reason to do it. But, hey, Spooky. Your dwarf's still alive before you ask. For your back plane. Yeah, you know, honestly, like those, you know, it's kind of funny. Like if the sparkly water stuff that you're referring to is anything like the stuff that we have here, it's like, yeah, those are 10 milligrams of THC. I need like 50 milligrams of THC to notice it. And then maybe another 50 to actually feel kind of high because my tolerance is so high. So like, I look at those and I'm just like, man, that works for you? Man, I'm envious. Because like, especially when I'm not streaming, it's like, have a little in the morning, have a little in the evening, every day. That's how I stay functional. When I'm streaming and it's like the streaming week, it's like, generally have like maybe a tiny bit in the evening just to like knock myself out. But aside from that, and make sure I don't start screaming in my sleep. Because when you live in an apartment, it's bad to have night terrors. Because people call the police on you because they just hear somebody screaming late at night. And that's never a positive thing. It's nothing to catch in the... Oh, okay. I forgot I gotta remove this. Erase. I always forget the hotkeys for burrows. Plants, making rock pots. I wouldn't say that you missed out. You feel like an asshole for laughing at me screaming in my sleep and having the police called on me once? That's, I mean... why would you feel like an asshole? I think it's kind of funny. But it is like a personal safety thing at this point. It's also like my own fault for sleeping with my window open and sleeping right next to my window. So, you know, like suddenly somebody, like if you randomly just started hearing in the middle of the night, you'd probably call the police too. Like it's just a normal thing to do. I don't know. I wouldn't say feel bad for finding that amusing, as I think it's kind of amusing. Let's just make a gem stockpile like right there. I really need to move where the military is training. I wonder what story they're telling. In the early winter of year 6, the human necromancer Yukwar became the high executioner of the Bright Empire. Seems fitting. I wonder if he was a necromancer at the time of becoming the high executioner. I kind of doubt it. If that sounds like something that would probably happen later in life. I drink compulsively because I have addictive tendencies to the point where like I try and not have alcohol in my house for extended periods of time. And when I do, only bring stuff in small quantities. Because it's like, if I have alcohol in my house, I know it'll be gone by the end of the weekend. Fortunately, I'm pretty good at like not drinking during my work week. Because like it's not that it's like a habit that I can't kick. Like I've managed to go pretty long periods of time in my life without drinking, but something I have to be careful with. 2 a.m. you have to get some sleep. Good night, Alex. We'll be on tomorrow. Probably by the time you wake up. I don't expect to sleep a ton tonight, as I napped this past afternoon. See you in a few hours then. Cheers, man. Let's unforbid that wall that got canceled once. Okay, there we go. Now I got a small spot for gems, which is pretty good. Currently have any unrotten items. Can I shear animals? Gotta have something I can shear, I think. You've read the run analysis button as the run paralysis. You were very confused. Yeah, I don't know. I will say that some of my... I will say that my sleep... The bullshit with my sleep... Out of everyone, the only one that genuinely, like, bothers me these days, though... is exploding head syndrome, which is usually caused by, which usually starts to get bad when I've had too much THC for long periods of time, and I haven't had REM sleep in a while. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. Because I will eventually hit a point where... I'm just extremely exhausted. And it basically gives me like a manufactured, what's the word I'm looking for here? Insomnia. So like I feel exhausted and tired even though, uh-oh, Wolf is stumbling around obliviously. That's a shame. Hopefully she pops back into sanity pretty quick. Then we can maybe use you as a crash test dummy for the zombification chamber. If you don't, then that's fine too. We'll keep an eye on you. Anyway, it gives me like a manufactured sleep paralysis, which causes exploding head syndrome, which is just like where you're trying to sleep and you do fall asleep for like a split second, but instead of like actually sleeping, you dream for a split second and you just hear like a thunderclap, an explosion, a loud bang, and usually like, you know, when your eyes are closed, like you kind of see like little sparkles. Imagine like TV static suddenly filling up the inside of your eyelids, and then you wake up very suddenly. I will get that. And very real yeah, it's called that's exploding head syndrome. The thing is like you can give yourself artificially induced exploding head syndrome from smoking too much weed, which is kind of terrifying. But I used to get it like when I was younger too, so like before I smoked weed, or at least as frequently, when I just had like problems with sleep paralysis and insomnia. So it's like several different things for me kind of cause it, kind of like, and they kind of pile onto each other. And then it gets bad for a short period of time every now and again. Let's follow Wade Master as they're linking up those cages. And that drives me fucking bonkers when that happens, because it's like you'll be trying to sleep and you'll be like, oh, sleepy, 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 sleepy. Bang! And then you're like, okay, heart rate's going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm awake again. Fuck. Okay. Good luck getting back to sleep. Okay, why are all these people sleeping on the ground? They're not injured. Do you need water for a forge? Nope. Oh, no, no. Just charcoal. Just charcoal. I'm just kind of rambling about whatever's on my brain. So you're totally allowed to like deviate the conversation more dwarfy. That's absolutely an acceptable thing. I'm just over here building a drowning chamber so that I can turn my dwarves into zombies. Don't mind me. Frogs, yes. Forge, no. Yes. And there was nothing there. Yeah, no, I will get various different sounds. I've had ones that are like that sound like my air conditioner before, where it's just like this really loud. I've had ones that sound like a thunderclap. I've had them sound like somebody banging on a piece of metal. I've heard ones that sound like breaking glass. Yeah, it's not fun, if I'm being honest. Actually, hold up. I didn't lock any dwarves in here, did I? That'd be awkward. Nope, we certainly didn't. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's funny because like it's funny when people tell me to get a good night's sleep. It's like I don't believe I've had a good night's sleep ever, actually. It's like, Greg, go get a good night's sleep. How? Exactly do I do that? If you figure it out, please tell me. I'm trying to figure it out myself. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's exploding head syndrome. Like, I'm not making up that term. That is, like, actually, like, a diagnosable term. And it's quite common. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. If it'll load. Oh, there it is. See? You hear a loud noise or explosion in your head. The sound isn't real or heard by others. It happens as you're falling asleep or waking up during the night. EHS is harmless and not a sign of other serious health conditions and usually doesn't require treatment. It's generally caused either by lack of sleep, exhaustion, or other sleep disorders. It generally just wakes you the fuck up and stresses you the hell out. What are those? Zircons. How to sleep without lungs? What, you mean like coughing in your sleep? A friend of mine sends me a DM about backpacks or backpacking made in Finland with the caption, well, just saying, I'm still thinking about that Finnish backpack, and like I finished thinking about it, and he just responds with "fuck you." He walked into it. And they can be managed, yeah. You know, exploding head syndrome is usually a side effect of other things. Oh shit, we found that dwarf dead? Ow. Did we find that dwarf dead? Weird. Is that like where your leg twitches really suddenly and then it wakes you up? I used to get that quite frequently back when I worked night shift. I don't think I've gotten those in a while, though. COVID gave you really bad bronchitis and it makes sleeping very, very hard. Oh, fuck, dude. I've heard about other people getting strep post-COVID and people getting bronchitis post-COVID. And as somebody who used to get, what's it called? Strep throat whenever I'd get a cold when I was younger. Makes me really happy I haven't had COVID. It makes me very hopeful I won't ever get it. Actually, hold on. I need to put this lever in the other room. If I put it up here, we won't be able to close it because they're going to see the zombies and they're going to freak out. So zombies, spook, that'll be attached to the bridge and we'll deconstruct the one in front. Yeah, I've definitely had that before. You get that at least once a week or at least once a night. Yeah, I've definitely had that before, but also definitely not in a while. Let's get that deconstructed. And we need to get this drawbridge built. Ah, it sucks. Feel bad for you. Hopefully it fixes itself as time goes by. Okay, we'll do some white. That's fine. Do some onyx, some milk quartzites. Let's just get this done on higher priority. Your controlled substance cough medication, it will get better? Yeah. I'm assuming you saying controlled substance means it's harder to get. This is your first proper run as you figured out how to plant plop helmets. Yay! Just the base level of your fort. If anyone is interested. Nothing good going on? Well, I mean, this is a pretty wholesome little fort, I would say. I mean, got like... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's nice. Certainly nothing crazy, but... I'm gonna figure out where your front door is. Although maybe it's a layer up somewhere. I don't use Space Fox tile sets, so... Oddly enough, I find that one kind of hard to follow. It's near the stored doors. Oh, do you have constructed doors right next to stored doors? Like, oh, is it this? That's kind of what I thought it was, but then I saw the stockpile. I was like, oh, that must be a stockpile, but... No, this is Space Fox. You can tell by the little fat chickens and cows. It's cute. I like it. Good work. Space Fox is like a more colorful Phobias. God, I hate the fact that there's like 200 undead in the basement. I need to like burninate that whole basement, that whole area. Otherwise, the frame rates are just going to keep getting worse. How's cloth production coming? Okay, seriously, where the fuck is all this cloth? Oh. Sweet, something didn't make it off the map. So I do have actually like a very large amount of cloth. Just don't know how to get to it. Might actually channel underneath it and build on top of it. Think about it. Rolf snapped out of it. Haggard. That's rough. Poor dwarf. Moats aren't honestly, like, dry moats are more efficient than moats, believe it or not. So just like a deep pit, they're way safer and more efficient. They're just less exciting. But that being said, if you do have like some water access, I would recommend building a well. The frame rates in this fort kind of suck because of the 200-something undead in the basement. We're also almost at like 1,000 dead just from all this shit. All right, you know... Let's just make a couple glass things, and I'm gonna make a couple pumps, and we're gonna see if we can pump some lava into that cavern layer and burn some of those zombies up. Because we're never gonna kill them all. They kept scaring the dwarves when they tried to go outside. Oh no. Yeah, no, that's one of the worst things that you can do is just like honestly, lava moats are what you want to make. Normal moats, eh. Moats are good to make just to like learn how to make them, but actually now that I think about it, maybe the way to do this. Oh, dwarven child withdraws from society. Good luck there, kiddo. But yeah, no, this low frame rate is literally just because there's like a full siege worth of bad things in the basement right now. There's kind of not much I can do about them. Aside from try and fight them. But the last time I did that, it ended with a bunch of dwarves dying. I'm going to try again, though. Actually, no, there really isn't much point to that because even if I do... Okay, actually, what I need to do is I need to figure out how can I get lava into there. Fortunately, like, this is the layer that I need it to be on. There's lava, like, right there, so it won't actually be that hard to get lava to, like, up here. I don't need much power for that. It's just gonna be kind of a pain. Actually, how many anvils do I have? 6? 6 iron anvils. Did you worry about ticks? Are they giant ticks? Because yes. not giant ticks? No. Okay, well, if they're just like normal-sized ticks in Dwarf Fortress, yeah, no, they're vermin. They're not a worry. But yes, real-life ticks do worry you. Should worry you. But no, vermin in Dwarf... Okay, I don't need any guests. I've got like a ludicrous number of guests. Real-life... or giant ticks can stealth, and then they can like one-shot dwarves. It was kind of funny. There was a clip on this channel a while ago. It was very old, of me going, like, berating a dwarf for running out into the middle of nowhere, out in the open, in an untamed wilds biome. I'm like, dwarf, this is dangerous. You should go back inside. This is how you die. And then a tick just appears out of nowhere and just insta-gibs him. It's very funny to me at the time, and still kind of is, to be honest. Investments are open if anyone cares. The universe, thank the universe that we don't have giant ticks. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I go hiking in tick territory all the time, and I look at people who go hiking in those same areas in like I see pretty ladies in those same areas hiking in short shorts and like crop tops, and like, I don't know how you do that. And then there's me with like my long pants and like socks like up and over my ticks. Would that tick you off? Answer that question yourself, Armor. And like socks up and over like my pant legs that are white socks so that I can spot them. And then like we get to the top of the mountain and I'm like flicking ticks off of my legs. And I'm like, I don't know how people come up here without this shit on. And then there's me where I'm just like spraying my clothes and like anti-bug stuff. It's like, yeah, no, just getting rid of everything. Like kill it all. Kill it all. Get rid of all of that stuff. Toxic little fucks killing me. Right. What are you doing over here? You're thirsty. We got plenty of booze. Yeah, I don't know. So some people are very brave when they go up into the mountains, and I will never fully understand it. Brave? No. Stupid. There we go. Although when it's not tech season, or if it's an area where it's the right elevation, it's like, yep, shorts, let's go. We had a dog that would catch cow ticks frequently, and your mom decided to bathe them in pretty strong tick poison while you were asleep. Oh, no. I'm scared about where this story's going. So when I wake up after hearing her scream and the tick poison ran to our pipes, and they immediately started bringing buckets of cockroaches up. Your decision was to go back to sleep. Well, I'm sure it killed the cockroaches too, or whatever that's worth. Also, guess what? Canada's back to number 9 all time. Worse, well, maybe not all time. Number 9 in air quality. Great. We were down to number 26 for a bit there. Back up to number 9. Fuck. Yeah, no, I believe that though. I would scream too. You know, one of the most terrifying videos I've ever seen is just like a toilet. That's all it is. It's just a toilet. And the caption's just like, New York apartments, eh? A rat comes out of the toilet, up, jumps onto the seat, realizes there's like a person standing there with a camera, dives back into the toilet and back down the pipe. The caption's just like, New York apartments, eh? Remember seeing that and going, well, I'm never going to New York. Good win, Frog. They died, yeah, and you weren't going to scoop those? Ugh. Well, at least it fixed the probable infestation, I would guess. You're not sure an apartment in NYC would qualify as an apartment anywhere else? Well, I mean, damn, you're climbing there. Look at that. You know, today's going to be one of those days where we're actually going to be on late enough that people are going to start waking up. Fancy that. My apartment's only one room. It's 424 square feet for 39.8 square meters. I think. I mean, like, if I hit this button, that's my sliding glass door over there, and that's basically the end of my apartment. This little nook here, there's a little nook on the other side of this wall that's the same size as this nook, and that's where my bed is. That's my apartment. That's my space. It's small. Small. You just missed him, Lemon, unfortunately. Getting that hooked up. You miss having such a small area to clean. Yeah, can relate to that. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to pull it. Much easier. Pull that, release the zombies. And then we can try this thing. Or 380 square feet? Okay. Yeah. I guess I probably just have a slightly larger bathroom and a slightly larger nook. I do have a full-size bathtub and stuff. Unfortunately, my sleeping nook is, like, not bad. All right, so we're going to see if we can get this going. Rolf, you join this. Okay, so this is going to be Necromancer. And soon to be zombie. Okay. So. Kubok, Chief Medical Dwarf Necromancer. Is going to start, or going to go stand here. Soon to be zombie is going to go stand here. That's gotta be the one with all the levers. Yep. That now. Fingers crossed that this works, chat. I was wondering, I was like, why is the game lagging so... Oh. Pause. It is paused. We're gonna have some real frame problems to fix next week. Jeez. Appears to be raining acrid goo once again. Right, the zombies have all been released. They're all stuck here. None of them are on our side. These are all evil zombies. Cyrillac's one of them. Dong Harvey's another one of them. These are members from chat who got, you know, zombified by the map. And where's Rolf at? Rolf, where you at? Supposedly stationed, but currently having a panic attack. Great. Okay, can you unpanic attack yourself, please? Come to sanity. No, you lost your new blacksmith migrant. Well, you'll get another migrant wave. Just not that migrant wave. All right, Rolf, I'm afraid you might be a little too far gone here. So, I'm going to remove you from that briefly until you snap to it. Instead, I'm going to try this dwarf here. Who's going to go station. Also going to try this dwarf. Good morning, Pie. Kinda was a single migrant. Was it legendary? Thanks for the penny. I appreciate you. It was level 2? Yeah. So now we just wait for the... Rog has become a hammer dwarf. This dwarf's also coming up. So these are two pretty skilled military dwarves that are kind of stressed, you know. And because, you know, we do worship the good god of death here, and also the good god of rebirth, and because this fortress is dedicated to, you know, the capture and use of all things evil in this world, I think it is very apt that we experiment with our given powers. This being the powers of Kubok, our chief medical dwarf. This is a new style of therapy, if you will. As we seal off these doors, we get the opportunity to test our new powers, shall we say. Pull this lever, do it now. And pull this lever, do it now. Let's see how this goes. Chad, I need a round of beers for these two dwarves that are about to drown. Because they're about to drown. And that's not a joke. They about to drown. Let's cancel that one. We'll want the one in here pulled first. We're just waiting, currently. I also don't generally do these kind of sadistic forts. This is a Halloween treat, I would say. Is nobody coming to pull the goddamn levers? Oh, duh. I should probably unlock the door. It would help if I unlocked the door. Okay. Someone gonna come pull the lever now? Well, actually, you know what I could do? I could forbid this. Let you just go pull the lever. Do you have lever pulling? Lever operation. Yeah, there you go. Cancel. Pull the lever. There he goes. Pulls the lever. Do this now. He pulls it. Lever's pulled. Station you here. Water go whoosh. comes the water. Now the very important part needs to happen. Someone needs to pull that lever to send the zombies in. There it goes. Those 2 dwarves are in there. I feel kind of bad already. Necromancer doesn't seem to care. Uneasy. Doesn't seem particularly concerned about the fact that there's zombies right there. So I don't think this is going to work. Huh. I think we might need to call this off. Let's maybe try unstationing you. Yeah, it doesn't seem to care all that much. What if I move you up this way, right next to zombies? Okay, now you're terrified. There we go. Sweet. It's crossed. Come on. How's the water? It's getting deeper. It's 5 of 7. It's terrified while in conflict. Are you still terrified while in conflict? Not currently. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but is in conflict. They need to be in conflict and scared in order to actually res the dead. Terrified. Sorry, guys. All right. Well, they're drowning. He's still in conflict. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but still is in conflict. Fingers crossed. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. You need them to drown. Drown faster. Making me impatient. I don't want this necromancer to get... Hey. That's what? What? Okay. Yay, we got both of them. Ugh, neither of them are intelligent, though. Well, at least they don't feel sadness and fear anymore. Well, I mean, we did try. I think it was a valiant effort. We do know it works, though. We do, in fact, know that it works. Look at that. So we've made 2 zombies. And now I also need to figure out if they're friendly. Are these friendly zombies? No, they are not friendly zombies. Well, shabooey. We do know it works, though. So that's, I mean, half the battle, I suppose. Schlorp. I mean, I suppose. All right, let's, water whoosh. Pull that. Pull that. Such a shame. Yeah. We failed the dice roll. I mean, so what we could do is I could just, like... You drowned, but at least you don't feel sad anymore. Yes. This is some proper DF science right here. Oh, no. None of them can go in there and pull the lever because of the zombies. Okay. What if I just, like, unforbid these doors? Zombies might just make their way out.
Zombies.
Please. Just realized I kind of screwed this up a lot. Whoops. How about I do this? Unless they manage to get through the thing first, which would be fine. So I'll drain the water and allow them out. Well, I mean... Well, let's... Oh, military's here. Let's, whoop. Outpost liaison's arrived. We're not up to anything sus, okay? Outpost liaison, don't accuse us of crimes that we've committed just now. Okay, you know what? Let's actually just cancel all this. Somebody just go stand in that doorway. It'll be fun. Just want those zombies to open that door. If they open that door... Jack, can I get a couple beers for Frog for Hire throwing $1 at us? Need someone to open that door. That's it. Water will flow out, and we can kill the zombies. We're killing the zombie. Let's just stay in the necromancy. Okay, nah, we should just beat the zombie to death. Yeah, we're bashing it to death, pulverizing it even, crushing it. Yeah, okay. We just need the other one. Where'd the other one go? I'm assuming it came out. All right, well, let's pull that drain water then. Got him. Are they both mangled? Yep. And yep. Such a shame. Well, it was a valiant round of experiment. And it does mean that we will be able to successfully do it another time. So, any volunteers? No, especially that we're able to drain it. I've realized, though, that I need my drain up here, so we're going to have to redo that part of it. Hope you guys are enjoying the antics for this kind of sad fort, but, you know. There goes the little water drain. Should put a statue to the god of death or something in here. I think that would be fitting. Won't take too long to drain. Be able to reset the thing in a jiff, quite literally. That got patched out like 8 or 9 years ago. Although the next version of the game is actually going to include certain jobs that kids can do. And also potentially dwarven adoption. So that gay dwarves will actually be able to have kids, which will be cute. Yeah, right after you quit playing. Long time ago. But, where... What are you doing, Dwarf? Oh, you're trying to clean? That's a little futile. Definitely water in the way, but it'll go away quick. You're glad that it was patched out? Yeah, same with danger rooms. Danger rooms are no longer danger rooms now. They're fatal rooms. You just kill your dwarves if you put them in danger rooms now. Combat physics was changed. I mean, you do need to realize that all of these strats were just people abusing incredibly abusable bugs, and when they were changed to what they are now, the game was rebalanced so that they weren't necessary in the first place. So, like, danger rooms were an OP way to extremely quickly change a dwarf, right? Train a dwarf, because training took ages and was dangerous. Tarn made training no longer dangerous and made training go way quicker. So it's kind of a non-issue now. And that's like kind of a lot of Dwarf Fortress development. It's like if players are abusing a bug that is making the game unnecessarily silly, with a strat that's just kind of pointless, why not just make the way the game's intended easier and better? Which is, makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know. I need a storage room for armor, so we're gonna make one. But like, that being said, impulse ramps still work. Lava cannons still work if you want to go super silly with minecart physics. You can do some dumb shit. Why you? Because you named yourself armor? Like, if there's a mechanic that's unintended that the players are able to pull off, Tarn leaves it in, right? If there's a mechanic that's not that's not intended that ends up building a new mechanic, then Tarn generally leaves it in the game. As an example, like, you know, what's the word? You can still, I literally just have, like, no miners in this fucking fort. What the fuck happened? No, you have a copper pick? Go mine, you weirdo. Stuff just, like, higher priority than mining? It's like, lava cannons aren't really an intended mechanic, but because players enjoy them, Tarn just lets them work. Same with, like, switches that let you build computers in Dwarf Fortress and stuff with vampires. It's like, well, it's silly, but it's not an intended mechanic, but it's fun and some people like it, so leave it in the game. But, like, training needed to be faster, so training was made faster. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, kids used to just, like, have no AI and would just, like, wander off and die, right? Like, the old jokes of, like, oh, the kid fell into a pit of lava and drowned. It's like, cool. Oh, no. Merit deserves reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves to recommend for elevation? I kind of do. Kind of want to make DJ Huxley a Baron, because that dwarf dreams of ruling the world. But I think I'm going to wait a year. No. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. That's the do you want to be royalty prompt. But yeah, in the premium version, the Steam release, we're going to be getting daycare for kids, like proper daycare, because they will be allowed to do chores, which is not to be confused with child labor. They're chores, okay? Which means they can work a quarter of the amount as normal dwarves, but they can do things like haul. Basically, they will prioritize make-believe and playing over doing chores. But they can do things like haul, they can do things like clean, supposedly basic crafts. I don't know the full extent of what jobs they'll be able to do, but once a child hits the age of 1 and they're old enough to walk and pick up their own clothes, they will be given chores from time to time. So I think that that's far better. Also, the way guilds work in the current game, they're essentially just like schoolrooms, basically. So the way the way guilds work is if you make a guild public so that anybody from your fort can enter it, and you put a bunch of toys in it, the kids will run in there and play with the toys, and then other dwarves will teach classes in the guild halls, and then dwarves will just passively learn this skill and get the happy thoughts by doing the skill without actually doing the skill. So they'll just be like sitting in the guild hall for, I don't know, masonry, and learning masonry as like a little kid who's like never done masonry before, which is kind of neat. And that's a really nifty little feature. So you can have like dwarves that are already like semi-skilled in masonry by the time they hit adulthood, or you can have dwarves that are like somewhat skilled in other things, but like it's hidden under a lot of menus. So you have to hit like location, select the guild hall, and then press R until it says all citizens and long-term residents only. So also, oh shit. Stacked cloth, square blocks, forest, stacked cloth. Okay, guess we should trade. Trade for more cloth. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress can be like oddly sadistic. Although, if you want to read Sadistic Nightmares, H2O, go read about the mermaid compounds. Which is why I get super at people who want to use Dwarf Fortress as an analog for racism, because it gets weird really fast. Man, I don't think of value to trade. Oh, shit. Hold up. I can trade crafts. Okay. I wouldn't even joke about that in my chat, Pioj, because that's something that I do, like, ban people for. Without much warning if they joke about it too much. It's just like I'll ban people without warning if you make a single anti-Semitic joke and know you can never get unbanned for that. It's kind of like same levels for me. Oh, be careful with that shit. I've warned you off so much that your internet disconnected. I'm sorry. Jeez. I didn't mean it that badly. I just saying, please don't joke about it. Like, you can talk about it, just don't joke about it. Yeah, it's the exact reason why dwarves can't butcher sentients and why there's no slavery in Dwarf Fortress is because of that. So when people are just like, can you butcher your enemies and make them into hats? It's like, not by default, but it's certainly not encouraged. Okay, let's just buy picks. Preferably crappy picks, because I... Yeah, they didn't bring many, right? Well, I guess I'll buy the iron anvils and melt them down. Store sucks at trading. Yeah, I kind of wish you could butcher demons. Like, although, actually, I've been able to, like, I was butchering slug demons. You just can't butcher the humanoid demons. Yeah, but no Moria isn't Dwarf Fortress. Rimworld has the butcher your enemies thing, also not Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, but the player isn't enslaving the goblins. The goblins are enslaved by other things. Like, there's slavery in Dwarf Fortress. The player just doesn't have access to slavery. There's, like, a distinction there. It's just like, AI factions can butcher sentience, but dwarves don't. But yeah, no, there's a lot of things I didn't like about No Moria. It was also like mechanically dull as fuck. Oh, shit, I got a ghost. Start reading and learning a little bit about geology, and you'll learn where metals are found. Assuming you settled somewhere with metals in the first place, which you have to do in order to actually get metals. I'm selling this artifact, by the way. The thing is, like, did you settle somewhere with shallow metals or deep metals? Did you settle somewhere with shallow metal or deep metal? And then it depends on the type of metal it is. If it's certain types of metal are close to certain types of stone, just like actual geology. I mean, it's not evil. Just be careful around caverns. Like, tunneling is important, and you should tunnel. Just be wary when you hit caverns. That's, like, the biggest piece of advice I got for you. Is be wary when you hit caverns. It made it more interesting. I've got a minor in geology because I've got thousands of hours in Dwarf. Facts. Not actually a fact, but, you know. Play enough Dwarf Fortress and you'll have a minor in geology that should be credits! Just saying, this game's educational, all right? Sweet, that's drying up. Oh, that's friendly zombie. That's fine. I think sock smell has always been evil. Have you ever smelled a smelly sock? You can't deny it. Always been evil. All right, well, I think it's time that we round up a couple volunteers. Loyal followers and worshippers alike, I think that we all agree that there is a point when we all need to go into the very special room. This is a room that will remove all of the not you. All of the problems that you have in life. Not you. You're important. Sure. Where are all these dwarves going? I'm actually, like, not sure what they're doing. Is there, like, something right there? I have... None of them are terrified while in conflict? No idea what's going on. The door's locked? Nope. Is there a zombie that they're fighting with? Is there a zombie in here that's spooking them? I'm not entirely sure. I've never done any post-secondary, so. Construct granite blocks. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. Claim everything that is in the fort. Do you guys go back into fort now? There's things in the water? Each time was different? That sounds like a horrific waste of... Oh, I know what they're trying to do. Sounds like a horrific waste of time. Like, I always feel kind of bad when I talk about, like, this kind of shit, but it's just, like... I feel terrible a lot of the time, too. It is just kind of true. What the fuck are they trying to trade? Well, they seem to be clearing out now, so whatever it was... Lost or destroyed, that's good. More cages. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel bad when people are talking to me about post-secondary because it always just feels like everybody regrets it, and I'm just like, well, I regret working for McDonald's for 8.5 years, but it got me this job, which is pretty cool because I had enough time around it to, well, not enough time. I had enough stupidity around it to put the time in to getting this job. And I'm very happy for that, but I also feel extremely inadequate whenever I talk with anybody about my life because it's just like, oh, yeah, no. It's like, what do you do with your life? I play video games on the internet. And everybody else is just like working for like years and years and years of their life for a career. And I'm just like, I don't think that the world's going to be around long enough for there to be a reason to study for a career. So just like go by the seat of your pants and do what makes you happy. And if going to school makes you happy, fucking do it. But don't do it for anyone else other than yourself. And I feel like a lot of people end up doing it for other people, which seems misguided. You know what's funny about the archaeology lab comment? There are 3 people on my stream team that took archaeology, and 2 of them have a master's in archaeology. Which is just kind of incredible. I keep using. I'm glad I can help with that. You know, like it's really nice that I can help other people get through their day. But you're taking history. Well, that's good. Hopefully, like, you got something out of that. If not, like, hopefully whatever you did for a year in an archaeology lab was at the very least entertaining, and you enjoyed it. Hopefully it was a good experience. Like, if you're just like, yeah, I worked in an archaeology lab for a year, and it sucked, and I was harassed by my coworkers, and it was an awful experience, then that's like, oh, that's like the worst thing. But, like, if you're just like, yeah, I spent a year in an archaeology lab, and I didn't get paid, but I loved every minute of it, that's totally legitimate. Like, hell yeah, more power to you. You had a boss once told me that the world was gonna roll me and you ain't the sharpest tool in the shed? Or, sorry, I didn't read the rest of the sentence. And a boss who once told me that you don't need to have a degree to know humans. I think that applies to many areas. The sad part of that statement is, while yes, it is largely true, you don't need a degree to know humans. The problem with that statement is that a lot of places don't give a shit and want a degree anyway. That's the issue. Is like, I don't need a degree to do there's been periods in my life where I've tried to apply for jobs in the games industry. At this point, I don't think I ever will. I'm pretty sure at this point, unless somebody offers me a job that I could do part-time while streaming, I will probably just keep streaming because I enjoy this, right? But there's been points when I haven't been as financially stable and I haven't been making enough money to pay rent and stuff where like I've seriously like applied for jobs. And I've gone on spats where like I've applied for like 13 to like 40 jobs in like 2 weeks or something. I've never once gotten a job. And every single reason it was you need to have at least X amount of years of schooling in this specific subfield in order to qualify for this job. Or work experience. And none of them consider streaming and managing communities through streaming and this kind of like experience. Of course, some jobs do, but I always look at it and it's just like, yeah, your experience is worthless basically. Because you didn't like go to school and go into debt. It's like the fastest way to make you feel completely inadequate as a human. Is, oh, are you telling me you didn't take an English writing course? Well, yeah. Get out. Used to watch you also used to wash 2,000-year-old pottery in a sink? Honestly, I would love to have the opportunity to do that. That sounds amazing, actually. Even though you're like washing it in a sink, which doesn't seem super careful. Well, see, the problem is I already have a job that mostly pays my bills the vast majority of the time. So it doesn't matter if they can get you for cheap. If they're just like, oh, you need this? Okay, I won't do the job then. Fuck you. That's fine. Believe it or not, I like being internet famous to a very specific portion of the internet, which is the way I've described myself for quite some time. I'm very internet famous. A very small part of the internet. You know what? I'm okay with that. It's like when I post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and people are like, holy shit, you post here? It's like, yeah, what? You don't? Because there are people that like follow my work and that's cool to me. The fact that I get that's amazing to me. But it does make me feel very inadequate at times. Job market and hunting is bullshit? No, absolutely. I know it is. You know, here's the thing, right? You're talking about your industry. The sad part about some of the jobs that I've applied for, Rog, are like literally people that I know, that I'm on a first name basis with, that I've spoken with at conventions multiple times, right? Like those jobs that I was applying for when I was applying for jobs, it's not like I'm just like throwing out a resume at random. Like these are people that I've spoken with that know me. And they're like, yeah, no, sorry, we can't hire you. It's got nothing to do with jobs being offered or scammy. Literally go to PAX West when there isn't like a pandemic happening. Because he's at most PAX Wests when there isn't a pandemic happening. Garturo. Or Roguelike Celebration when it happens. He's almost always at those. So by 19, I'd had 4 full-time jobs. POH. And I would say that due to depression, I didn't go to school. Due to depression and anxiety, I never went to school. I just got shitty jobs and kept them. By the time I was 25, I'd had 8 jobs. And I would say 9, including this one, and I'm 28. Unless, like, you'd count the, uh-oh. Hey, kiddo! Finally got what they needed. Excellent. I guess the cloth was the thing they were missing. Yeah, they were missing wool cloth. Sweet. Kid's not gonna die. Good to see. But yeah, by the time I was just gonna park a necromancer next to that kid, and if they went berserk, hopefully they got rezzed, but I want to try and get the role. Didn't even get past HR, even though that manager had seen your resume before you applied. Cool. But like the problem with me and like jobs and stuff is like my work experience. I've worked for myself for 9 years. I'm just going to start saying that I've streamed for 9 years because I'm less than 30 days away from the 9-year mark. I've worked for myself for 9 years. I worked at McDonald's for 8.5. I worked at a gas station for a year. I was a kayaking coach eons ago. I worked in a factory twice. Same factory, 2 separate summers. I worked very briefly in retail. That didn't last very long. Worked at a different gas station. I worked at a corner store. I worked under the table at a smoke shop briefly. 2 weekends once I tried working at a bottle depot to get some extra cash and hated it so much I just stopped showing up. You know, like... Sleep time now, have a good stream. Here's the thing I'll say about the roguelike celebration. They run a mud for their online convention. It's one of the coolest online conventions you could possibly go to, and I highly recommend messing around with it when it happens. It's cool as hell. All right, let's do another round. Oh, actually, hold on. Have all these been hooked up? Yep, and yep. Okay, so zombie spook and zombie drain. Soon to be zombie. Side full? Nope. Okay, let's fill that. This time I got a weaponsmith and he's legendary? Hell yeah, dude. Ended up joining the military at 17, 18, got kicked out after a few years due to a few reasons, and also worked at many jobs in that short amount of time. Industrial equipment maintenance, so you ended up putting those all into one category in a resume as a contractor since there was a dozen jobs in 8 years. Yeah, sounds about right. What are we holy crapping about? What, the legendary weaponsmith, or what Saren said? Put that dwarf to good use and good health. Yeah, no, you can do a lot with a good weaponsmith. All right, is this all 6 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Waiting on the extras. One of them decides to leave. Probably wise. You can't actually make hammers or maces out of gold. It's not a weaponizable material. You could stud them with gold. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. HR always puts legendary weaponsmiths in the military. I mean, sometimes they're good in the military. Nope. You can they are only artifactable. Why does a cat one in here? Please don't tell me it's somebody's pet. All right. This cat isn't interested in your wishes. Whose pet is it? Tosid, the axe dwarf. All right, you know what, Tosid? You can leave with your pet cat. Pet cat just saved that dwarf's life because I would feel bad if I killed this dwarf and the cat might go berserk, and I kind of don't feel like dealing with a berserk cat. So, instead, I'm just gonna let that cat select that dwarf. We're gonna send the necromancer into this room. No. We'd just end up with an undead cat. And if the owners get killed, the cat has a chance to go berserk. And trust me, you don't want that. Kavish, the dwarven child, has created Asteth Rabid, a ginkgo wood figurine of Cyclone Block. The fuck is that? And claims that as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kulet Chamberglows. Cyclone Block. Cyclone Block. All Craftstar strips is of the highest quality. Is an image of Cyclone Block. The Iron Spear relates to the disappearance of Cyclone Block in the undignified swamps in the early spring of 152 during Dolfushush, the dented clashes. I didn't know that they could make figurines of artifacts. Interesting. It is encircled with bands of ginkgo wood and alpaca wool. The item is an image of the Holy Lenses, a granite quern. Well, I mean, the cat is the great divider here. But we're just waiting on our necromancer. The merchants will be leaving soon. Well, that's a shame. They're going to miss a show. It has started raining. Well, that's good. It's going to clean the surface up a bit. Necromancer enters. Door is locked. Zombie spook. No, not water drain. Pull that. Do it now. Water should start flowing. Yep, here comes the water. Necromancer's going to stand there. Necromancer should be in conflict, is in conflict. The water flows in. Soon-to-be zombies should all go over to this side. They should move up that way if they can. Necromancer can see them, so hopefully, fingers crossed, good wind socks. Chat, can I get a round of beers for these dwarves that are hopefully about to become zombies? As they begin drowning. Drown, we say, drown faster. And there goes the first one. There they all go. Necromancer is terrified while in conflict, and they all become zombies. God damn it. None of them. Are they at least friendly? None of them are even friendly. God damn it. You're a bad necromancer, Necromancer. Gotta tell you. You really are a bad necromancer. Grr. Also, to people who aren't subbed but do follow the stream, Crypt Burr And also the beers emoji and the crypt burr, which is the follow beers emote, as well as the beers emoji and HS cheers and a bunch of other things do work. All right, so the drain starts flowing. Ooh. Once again, I'm noticing more and more problems with this. Need a way of blocking that. Grumble, grumble, grumble. They see the zombie go, ah! And then they run away. Hello, sitting beanbag. How are you? Let's set both of these as passable. Zombies will slowly walk out. Doing my best. There we go. Fighting begins. Zombies can die. Water go flow because we're a dumb. Uh-oh. A little bit of lag. You okay, though? That is most of them. Can we get that pulled, please? Loving my content? Cheers, man. We're not normally on this late, but due to some unfortunate circumstances, I'm on later than I normally am today. Unfortunate circumstances meaning it's just water or air quality here has been terrible. You're from Australia, so this is a great time. Yeah, well, I'm normally on at 9 a.m. Pacific time, which is like pretty late at night, I think. Australian time. I don't actually know what time it is in Australia right now, but it's midnight here currently. And all the zombies. I think that's zombies. Just need like either of these levers pulled. There we go. Sweet. So I can go back to forbidding both of these. You know, you need to go to bed soon yourself. Yeah, so I'm normally on like late evening Aussie time. It's like the one time zone that like kind of really sucks for my stream because I start at 9 a.m. Pacific and I generally go until about 9 p.m. But like, yeah, later in the day, early in the day, usually on. If any of these bodies come back. Well, so far, 0 successes in our science of creating more dwarf zombies. Which is kind of a shame. So you know what I really need? I should just make like a smooshy thing. So we can just like mash them. If bad thing happen. If non-success, crush them, I think is what we're gonna do. You ended up getting mad at World Jan last night, so you're setting out to Coral Island this evening. I have no idea what that means, but good luck. Some of these god names. Blossomwild the Young. Eshnell Blossom Dawned the Young Buds. The Young Buds, by the way, is my my new rap group. We're only gonna do Beastie Boys covers. But like in the style of Snoop Dogg. It's like Stardew Valley or Harvest Moon kind of games. Ah, got it. So really boring and wholesome. I find those games mind-numbingly dull. But I hope you have fun with it. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I either should go to bed or I should call it on this fort. Regardless, I think I've done enough on this fort for this evening. I've got lots of problems with this thing that I'm like, yeah. By relaxing self, yeah, that's fair. I have zero interest in those types of games. I enjoyed Rune Factory 2 a very, very, very long time ago, and I don't think I've liked a single one of those games since. I think my brain changed. They're fine. It's not for me. Sorry, what? Oh, crap. Corpse was fighting, but it died again. It's fine. Fisher Dwarf has been missing for a week. Well, I mean, I did kind of just drown them all. This may have come to us to you as a surprise, but I did kind of drown them all. Oh, never mind. No wonder that dwarf is incapable of doing stuff. You're kind of panicking. Panicking and insane. That would make sense. Still better than Farmville? Staring at a wall and whacking your head against it repeatedly is better than Farmville, so it's not exactly a high bar. I'm sorry you had to play Rune Factory 5 on your Switch, though. Game ran like ass and molasses. Sadly, not a great game. No, and it runs like shit. Yep. I had a friend of mine, Sui, fucking loved that game, and I was just sitting there watching her stream it going, what is wrong with you? I mean, I like plenty of shitty games, but like, Jesus. Exactly, Tolis. Exactly. I kind of like that game, but where instead of farming, you start out with a small group of dwarves. You mean Dwarf Fortress? I think I've heard of that game. Sucks. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, there's so much like perceived crossover between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, whereas in reality, I think that like Dwarf Fortress has more crossover with Stardew Valley. It's like, you know, chill building a town of dwarves. Fireman. Piranha? What? Oh, you punched a dog's skin to death. I mean, that has to happen sometimes, unfortunately. Social aspect in the story of the characters is the best part, and the farming and chores suck ass. You know, in real life, social aspect in characters is stressful, and generally they hate me. But I really like farming. I legit have a garden that I go to multiple times a week. Did the air quality get worse again? I'm starting to smell stank. What the fuck happened? God damn it. By another 10 points. You can literally, like, smell the difference. One of the worst parts about having visual issues and, like, eyes that don't work properly is your other senses are very keen, so I have extremely good hearing and extremely acute sense of smell. As my sister-in-law says, don't ever fart around Greg because he'll smell it. Wait until it goes on a deep discount. Speaking of games that they keep making, I just made a 9th Jackbox Party Pack. That's not how you write the word acute, but... Honestly, it's the extremely good sense of hearing that bothers me. I can tell where my neighbor's cat is when it's outside, when my window's shut. I can hear it walking. All right, chat room. It's been a nice evening of Dwarf Fortress, but I think I'm gonna call it. I'm starting to get a little sleepy. And I do need to stream tomorrow. So I think I'm going to send you guys over to somebody else and call it a day. Alrighty. I'm not sure which fort we'll be playing tomorrow, but we will be playing more Dwarf Fort tomorrow. Today, rather. It is 12:30 in the morning.